Lynn, I can't hear you.
I can't either.
Can you hear now?
Can you hear now?
Yes.
Yes.
So you can hear me. Okay, all right.
We couldn't before. Yes.
Hala, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'm going to start over. It's December 8th, and this is a regular meeting of the Town Council with one public comment period. Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 extended through June 30th, 2027, the ability of public bodies to meet in a fully remote or hybrid manner. This law allows us to continue holding meetings remotely without a quorum of the council physically present, although tonight we have 10 councilors in the room. Please be advised this meeting is being held in person and that the remote access option is provided as a courtesy only. In the event of technology issues with the remote connection, the meeting will continue in person as scheduled as long as there is a quorum of the council in the room or available by technological means. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the December 8th regular meeting of the Town Council to order at 6:35. I'll call upon each councilor to make sure they can hear and be heard, and we will proceed. Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Counselor Ette.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer's present. Counselor Haneke.
Present.
Bob Hegner.
Present.
Counselor Lord.
Present.
Pam Rooney.
Here.
Counselor Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Here.
Counselor Walker.
Here.
There's no chat room for this, and so please use the raised hand function and let us know if you have any technology difficulties. In order to accommodate the posted time of the hearing of 7 o'clock, we will be taking some items out of order. First of all, let's just begin with announcements. We have a town council meeting next Monday, the 15th at 6:30. And I also just want to mention that the school is seeking input on the names for the new elementary school and the 6th grade academy. And they are due by Thursday, December 1st. There is a link and I'm sorry, December 11th. I did have it right. And there's a link where you can enter your thoughts and make comments. You can see that link on the screen. We're going to go first to general public comment, which is a little unusual. If you are in the room and you want to make general public comment, please let Athena know. She's over here. And if you're on Zoom and you want to make general public comment, please raise your hand now.
Lynn, can I ask a clarifying question about the,
Yes.
is there a direction you could point us if we can't have memorized that link that was just up on the screen because it was 80,000 characters long?
Kathy, can you
It's
give us?
listed in news and announcements right on the town webpage.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Is there anybody in the room that wants to make public comment? No? Then in that case, I'll call on Darcy Dumont. Please enter the room, state your name and approximately where you live.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Good evening. My name is Darcy Dumont and I live in District 3. First, I would say that once again, we have a lame duck council packing meetings into December and making decisions that should be made by the newly elected council. The new council should be making any forward-looking decisions, for example, on the housing production plan, the 2026 town manager goals, and the FY27 budget guidance. Mainly today, I'm commenting in support of either passing or tabling the two zoning bylaw proposals, Articles 18 and 19, brought by residents and in support of the request to amend the housing production plan by including language that would encourage housing more students on the UMass campus, or to prioritize funding and staffing to develop or preserve existing housing for year-round residents, such as senior workforce and low and moderate income residents. Those are both needed to reduce or eliminate the flow of year-round residents from Amherst, having been priced out by student housing. When I spoke to the planning board in November on behalf of the resident petitioners for zoning articles 18 and 19, I was representing the desires of a large swath of the town. In fact, one of the reasons for bringing the petitions was that there was so much support for the 2021 attempt to pass a moratorium on downtown building. And that was before people understood that the buildings were intended to house students only. There were more than 1,000 resident signatures on the petition in that case, and only 30 on the petition countering the moratorium. When I campaigned for town council in 2018, the one topic most everyone agreed on is that they did not want those ugly buildings downtown. And again, that was before they understood they were intended for student dorms. I believe the majority of year-round residents agree on these things that were addressed in the resident petitions. One, they want to protect the downtown from more undergraduate student dorms. Two, they want to protect their family neighborhoods from displacement of family housing by student housing. And three, they want more housing for students on campus, which would obviously help solve both of these problems. Let's not use our precious staff to plan housing for students when building needed housing for year-round residents should be the priority, and when it will also bring the town revenue. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments, Darcy. There are no other public comments at this time, so we are actually going to move to act. There is no consent agenda. There are no resolutions and proclamations, and there is no presentation and discussion. We therefore are going to action item 8A, proposed zoning map changes for Main Street BN district. And I'm going to start by reading the motion. And seek a second. To adopt zoning map changes to parcels 14B-29, 14B-30, and 14B-31 from the General Residence District RG to Neighborhood Business District BN. Is there a second?
Second, DeAngelis.
Okay. Rob Mora is with us. If we have any questions, are there any questions from the council? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Councillor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Councillor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Councillor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Councillor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It's unanimous with all councillors present. Unfortunately, we do not have the staff present for agenda item 8B.
Oh, we do. Greg is here.
Huh?
Greg is here.
Oh. Yes, Greg is here, is what you just said.
Yes.
Thank you. So we're going to go to action item 8B. And the motion is to adopt the housing production plan as submitted by Barrett Consulting Group LLC and adopted by the planning board. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Pam Rooney.
I would like to present my motion, which
Thank-
is an amendment to this motion.
Okay. Athena, you have a copy of the motion.
It's been emailed at least 3 times.
Yes, we have it. Okay, Pam, would you want to go ahead and explain or read your motion, please?
I'll read it and then short explanation.
We'll
Um,
seek a second first.
Shane
Motion.
seconds.
Let her
I
make
have
the
to- I
motion,
should actually
please.
do the motion first. Okay. Motion to amend the Barrett Group Housing Production Plan dated June 2025 as follows. 1, remove the following comment bubbles. On page 5, quote, 1/3 non-students may leave in 5 years. On page 31, 25% of college students want to stay and age in Amherst. On page 39, 25% of families say they are likely to move out of Amherst in 5 years. On the following pages, add the phrase, including on the UMass campus. Page VID, the third bullet to read, encourage the development of student housing, including on the UMass campus, while, etc. Page VIII, D1 to read, encourage the development of more student housing, including on the UMass campus, and workforce housing. And page 137, strategies D1 to read, encourage the development of more student housing, including on the UMass campus, and more workforce housing. Number 3, on page 6, copy the first paragraph. Quote, Amherst has emerged as a model for progressive housing policy in the region. The town has actively worked to diversify its housing stock, that's a misspelling, its housing stock, and increase affordability through zoning reform, building capacity, and targeted development initiative. The town has also embraced partnerships with regional planning bodies, academic institutions, and nonprofit developers to create affordable housing, particularly for low and moderate income households. And insert this paragraph on page III as the first paragraph of the executive summary.
Is there a second?
Shane seconds.
Okay, please speak to your motion.
Thank you. These proposals were put forward by other counselors. And the more I thought about them, the more it leaves me with another positive way to go forward. I would support this document with those changes made. The comment bubbles are sort of an add-on. They really do not represent the data well, so they're just superfluous. The encouraging the use of the words including on the UMass campus is simply the town saying, we have lots of options, but please don't forget, we could actually consider encouraging the university to do something on the UMass campus. I think that's just a very positive statement and needs to be said publicly. And finally, the paragraph that Councillor Shane had suggested get moved right up front as the first paragraph of the executive summary is a very, very strong, very positive, very encouraging paragraph that says, you know, Amherst, you really do a good job. You could work a little harder. We can make some changes, but all in all, you're headed in the right direction. And I think that's really important for us to hear. So that's why I support these changes. Thank you.
Are there counselor comments? Counselor Ryan.
So first is the question, if this were to pass, and I hope it doesn't, would it then go back to the planning board for their approval?
I'm going to call on the town manager.
No, I don't think it would need to go back to the planning board. I think the council, this is be the council's taking an action whether to approve it with the adjustment. And that would be the final vote.
Andy Steinberg?
First of all, with all due respect for the town manager, I did do research on this morning. And there are regulations of EOHCD, and there's directive from EOHCD that says that the indication has to be that it was passed by both the planning board and by the council in our case. And because they would be different documents that were passed by the two bodies, it is impossible to say that the same plan that is being submitted that has been approved by both. And from what I can understand of the regulations, I think it is highly doubtful that EOHCD would accept a plan that has two separate approvals. So I don't think that that is possible. And I am concerned that there are grant opportunities that we need to find out about, but that we would not be able, that we probably would not be qualified for applying for those grants during the time that it is delayed, because it needs to be the same document, same housing plan that is approved by both bodies. And I also don't think that any of the changes are significant enough to warrant that kind of a change. I also am very much of an opinion that this is the town's housing plan, not the university's housing plan. And I don't see that there's anything to be gained by putting that language in. I think that we have heard quite frequently that the university has no bonding authority capacity left for building new student housing. It's not something that we can assume is likely to happen. And to delay this process in order to get that statement included in the plan, I don't think serves the purpose. So I'm going to oppose the amendment.
Kathy Shane?
I believe that Greg Ritchie and Nate got these changes early on, a week or so ago, because one of the issues was, would the authors of the report be willing to make these changes? And if they were willing, then the planning board and the council could be voting on exactly the same document. So I don't know whether there was a discussion or not with the authors in terms of a willingness. I'm not saying that they need to change them if we vote these down, but there was some uncertainty whether they were already considered their work is done and they won't make any changes, whether the council wants them to or not. So it's a question toward you, Greg, on was there a discussion, and if there were a vote to do this, would there be a willingness to make changes?
Greg, did you have a comment?
Sure. So my understanding is um, uh, it would be conceivable to make changes in a holistic way with the consultant, but not in a piecemeal way that would kind of expose them. Basically, it needs to clear their bar around accuracy and data integrity and their standards, and assuming changes. But I think that probably would require a change order and a proper re-engagement with the consultant. Is my best understanding of it.
Councillor Haneke?
Two things.
If I copied the page numbers in the motion correctly, page 31 does not have a comment bubble on it. Are you referring to the comment bubble on page 32? So that should be looked at. The comment bubbles, I don't understand what a problem with them is. When you look at Appendix A10 that summarizes the survey results, the comment bubbles are accurate representations of the survey results. So what's a problem with the comment bubbles? When they accurately represent the public engagement survey results of 300 and some respondents. You know, I'm with Andy at this point. I can't vote for the motion to amend.
Jennifer Taub?
Yeah. So one comment bubble, I don't have them because the motion's not up on the screen, but I mean, it said something like 31% of residents want something when in fact the data, and Kathy can back this up because she researched it, the data is based, I think, on 62 responses. So it didn't even say 31% of respondents, it just said 32% of residents. So that's an example where the bubbles, these particular bubbles seemed a little misleading, saying 25% of students want to stay. Is that a lot or a little? I mean, there's a random quality to them, which is why I think it's just three bubbles that the motion is asking to be removed. I do have a question in terms of this concern about the delay with getting the plan into the executive office of housing and livable communities. Is there a deadline? I mean, if it went to the planning board with these minor changes, relatively minor changes, but I think substantive in the extent that I think to say, well, UMass isn't going to build more housing, so we shouldn't even have that be something we would want to work with them on, seems very defeatist. If the planning board, they have another meeting before the end of the year, were to accept the changes, and it was on our agenda at our first or second meeting in January, what are we really missing out on grant opportunities? That's my question. I don't think there was a deadline at the end of the calendar year to submit this. So if in fact it has to go to the planning board, I don't see this being a big lift for the planning board. And I would imagine, it's hard for me to imagine them objecting. So that's a question I have. What opportunities are we really going to miss out on if it gets into the state a week or two after the new year versus a week or two before? Thank you.
Paul, did you have any comment on that question?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. Kathy Shane?
Okay, I'll try to explain on the comment bubbles. There is data at the end of the report, but the way they're popped in, it implies that the survey asked them, is housing costs the reason you want to, is the cost of buying a house or renting a house as opposed to taxes? It's plunked in the middle, but otherwise excellent report, which is full of census data in large groups. The fact that students are considering leaving, students leave all the time because we have no jobs in town, or a minimum set of jobs. So again, they're not being driven out of town. The question didn't say, are you being driven out of town because of the cost of housing? That wasn't it. So I just felt that the report is so well done to put these in. It makes it a more attractive, very public oriented, but it's a survey at the end of about 300 people. And I asked about I didn't even focus on some of the other subsets, the disabled. I asked them for subsets. Some of the bubbles get to very small subsets. I just think it was an effort to make the report more picturesque. And in that it's saying that a housing crisis is driving people out of Amherst. And I thought that's not really what was asked. So that was the reason I thought toning down some of those would be helpful. And I just think that the paragraph they already have in their report, but you don't get it till the end, much later. sets a very different tone if a casual reader is reading this. So I'm not going after some of the other pieces, which I think were missing from the report. The rest of the council seems to be happy with it. We have a long list of possible strategies that can be used that we'll probably be debating forever. But I just thought, I wish they had stayed with the data they had in the report and listed some possible options rather than going overboard the way they did in the executive summary. So I thought at least opening it with a more neutral paragraph would be a better way to start.
Counselor Ryan.
So first, again, we're dealing with an amendment that at least I've not seen until right now. Did I miss something earlier, or was this in the packet a day or two ago and I just
It
didn't
could
find
not
it?
go in the packet until it was made on the floor.
So that's a problem. And I think it's something that all counselors should keep in mind, that when you're making these kinds of proposals, it would be helpful if we got them in advance. Secondly, we could wordsmith this. How many pages is this? I'm sorry, somebody have a question?
Hold on.
Point of order, we've been told we can't share these in advance.
Sorry, is that correct?
Yeah,
All right, so we just have to deal with it now and all the complexity, et cetera.
that is the.
All right,
we'll have
so
to stick
pass,
to.
leave that
That
aside.
is
My
the-
apologies to my colleagues. There's nothing you could do. That's what you had to do. That puts us in a difficult spot. We're wordsmithing something. How many pages is this document?
Over
100 and something?
Yeah.
And I know we could wordsmith this forever. CRC had a chance to do this and it didn't. I don't know why. And now we're trying to do it. And what's to say that if we push this off into the next council, there'll be yet further wordsmithing opportunities. The document has been stated by one of my colleagues is perfectly acceptable, but they have some problems with tone. They have some problems with bubbles, and they would like to insert a statement about UMass. I think they always have the option, if they wish, to vote against this. So I can't support these changes, and I certainly don't have the time or mental energy to sort through them now. This report was done by a group of consultants. We paid them a fairly substantial amount of money. I assume they have a pretty good idea of what they're doing. CRC had its chance to revise this, and that didn't happen. And I'm certainly not in the position to do it here, and I don't think any of us are. So I would urge my colleagues to support this and let us then focus on, I'm sorry to vote against it, but to focus on what some of the options are to try and address the housing crisis that really does exist in our town.
I'm going to go back to Pam Rooney.
Thank you. I appreciate the concerns that people have. The tone of these suggested changes, in my mind, is a very gentle way to tweak this document in very, very minor ways that allow me to feel better about accepting it. I would like to think that the council could stand behind this document. And with these couple of very, very, very modest adjustments, I could stand behind this document. I am really disappointed to hear that folks don't want to at least publicly say that it's okay for us to make a statement about the University of Massachusetts. Every conversation that, not every, but majority of conversations that I had in my district, people always bring up, why can't the university just build more housing? They just did the Fieldstone one. That was a public-private partnership that worked very well. Encouraging the university to do more of that is simply on paper. We are not directing the university to go build housing on its campus. We're suggesting that that might be an option. It's a very, very modest suggestion. So I would ask that people do support these modest tweaks making it a document that is more comfortable to all of us, or most of us. I would be disappointed if it was a split vote on the document itself. I think that's probably not the tone we want to go forward with for the state.
Using my privilege as a counselor, I'm going to speak as much as I think that the consultants did a fairly decent job. I do not like, nor would my dissertation advisor have approved of several of the ways that sentences were written in the interpretation of data. And in addition to that, having written more executive summaries than I ever want to talk about, this is not one of the best ones I've ever seen. However, it is the report before us. And in order for any changes to be made, all bodies involved in approving it have to be given the opportunity to make changes. I find that that is a little bit burdensome and should have been done during the process of the development of the report, not when it comes to the council for the final approval. It's just my personal opinion, having spent many years in a consulting capacity. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you. So I also think that these are very gentle changes. I think they're not, I think they're changes that we can absorb and process in a council meeting, that it's not something we need weeks to really go and ruminate about. And as we're not allowed to share the motion before, you can't see it until the council meeting. And again, I don't think these are, I mean, it's basically trying to make the same wording changes in 3 places, moving 1 paragraph and taking out some thought bubbles, which is, not even part of the body of the report. But I don't see how that is really onerous to process and vote on in a meeting. And I agree with Councilor Rooney that for us, again, just to say, well, the university doesn't want to build more housing, so we won't even, we're just going to take that off the table, and the town will take on the responsibility for building all the student housing that is not going to be built on campus. Does not seem like that's really the council exercising leadership. And again, I don't see how a couple of weeks, I did want to respond to about CRC. When CRC, the vote from CRC was 2 members voting to approve as it was, 1 member abstaining, 1 member voting no, and 1 was absent. So of the 5 members of CRC, 2 voted to 2 of the 5 recommended to the council to approve it as it is. So we discussed this quite a bit in CRC, but that's where the vote took us. So I don't think that CRC reneged on its responsibility. And again, I don't, at least 3 of us that have spoken in support of the motion have said we are happy to vote to approve and recommend the housing production plan just with these minor changes. And I guess I just fail to see that these changes are so onerous that they would be rejected. Thank you.
Pat DeAngelis?
I don't have a lot to say. I'm going to read a quote from a friend that I read last week. Does the housing production plan meet the state requirements that will allow the town to be eligible for grants? Yes, it does, as is. But the thing I want to speak to this week is tone. Tone is so incredibly subjective. And to imply that because one interprets it one way and someone else interprets it another, that you're right and therefore something has to change, reflects a problem I have in my 40-some year relationship with Carol. Because we talk to each other, and then your tone, when you met and me, and we get entangles, and that's exactly what's happening here. Because a few counselors don't like aspects of this report. You're trying to amend it to change the tone to feel comfortable to you. Because these are all gentle, modest tweaks, we should go forward. We should not. We should vote the plan as is, and this amendment needs to be defeated.
Motion's on the floor to amend. The motion's been made and seconded. One more comment, Councilor Ette?
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, we're moving on to the question. The first vote is on the motion to amend. We'll start with Councilor Ette.
No.
Lynn Griesmer is no. Councilor Haneke,
No.
Bob Hagner,
Yes.
Councilor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Councilor Ryan,
No.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
No.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Councilor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
No.
The motion to amend fails with a vote of 6 in favor of the motion and 7 opposed. We move now to the original motion. The original motion is to adopt the plan. We begin in this case with Lynn Griesmer, and Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Councilor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hagner,
Yes.
Councilor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
No.
Councilor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
No.
Did you say no?
I said no, sorry, I had.
Thank you. Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
No.
Councilor Walker.
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Councilor Ette.
Aye.
The housing plan is adopted with a vote of 10 in favor and 3 opposed. We're going to move directly into the hearing. And the hearing in this case is with regard to, the property at 457 Main Street and the declaring it a surplus property. I believe we're going to have an initial brief presentation, then an opportunity to ask questions and any comment. There would be a special comment period for this if anybody would like to make a comment in the audience. Paul, I'm going to turn to you.
Actually, I think Greg is going to make the presentation.
Okay, Greg. Please proceed.
Sure. Thanks, Paul and Councilmember Griesmeyer. I'll be brief here, and really the details are in the memo in your packet, and just sort of rephrasing that. This is a ministerial action to fulfill the original intention that the council had when it made an order to purchase this property, and most specifically, this particular action of declaring the property surplus is a required step that the state requires the council to enact in order to empower the town manager to at a much later date, in this case, sign a contract to dispose of the property, in accordance with the original order behind the purchase, as well as the federal ARPA commitment, which are the funds that obtain the property in the first place. Basically, it's a ministerial action. It doesn't mean we're selling it or leasing it anytime soon. Before we did that, we'd go through a extensive RFP process and then a contractual process after that. So that is kind of the quick overview. I'm happy to drill into any of that or answer any questions.
Okay. I'm going to see if we can put a motion on the table and seek a second.
We're in the middle of a hearing.
A point of order, we're in the
Oh,
hearing.
that's right. We can't do that yet. I'm so sorry. Okay. Are there counselor questions? Yes, Pam Rooney.
Thank you. I was trying to make the connection with why the need to declare it surplus if in fact on page 2 it says that the town will maintain ownership. If the town maintains ownership, how are we able to then tax it as the North, what is it, 128 Route 9, Northampton Road is taxed at a modest rate?
That's a good question. And probably a good catch too. So I guess that's a two-part question. So my best understanding from the guidance I've received is whether to do a long-term lease or a sale, a surplus declaration is indeed required because it would be putting it to work for purposes sort of outside of the core business of the town. And so in order for the town manager to sign such a contract, the the surplus declaration would need to be there before we can, in fact, before we can go through with the VFW process, sorry, the disposition process or the RFP process. The guidance that I have is that we have to do a surplus declaration before we can make that, but before we can proceed with the RFP process. And the tax question is a good one. And in fact, this has gone through a few different variants, and the current draft of the RFP suggests a long-term lease. And previously there was kind of two options on the RFP, on the draft RFP, which isn't public yet. But, so that's a good catch. And in fact, the tax revenue, my guess is that probably wouldn't be an accurate statement. I apologize for that. And if it ended up being with the lease, we could end up swapping the RFP back to a sale. In which case perhaps it would result in that modest tax income.
Do you want to follow up with that? Yeah. Can I ask for clarification? So in other words, if we lease the property, then we don't collect taxes on it?
You know, I hesitate to sort of answer that in a very authoritative way. My sense is if it is leased, probably not, but I think I'd probably want to check with the assessor and take guidance from Paul to confirm that.
Because the other experience that the town has is if we don't lease the property and in fact we donate it toward its purpose, then the people that build on that property then go ahead and pay taxes. That has
Correct.
been
Yeah. That's correct. Yeah, it's the lease question I'm more hesitant about.
Okay, thank you. Nate, you have your hand up and I wondered if you wanted to speak to this.
Sure, thanks. Nate Malloy, a planner with the town. So, we have long-term leases with other developments that pay property taxes. So my understanding is they would. I mean, we could look into the specifics of something here, given how it could be operated or used. But, Olympia Oaks, for instance, has a ground lease and they pay property tax.
Okay, thank you.
Taxes.
Pam, does that better answer your question? Okay, Kathy.
I'm going to ask sort of a similar question, but in a different way. Do we have to do a lease or could we do a sale? When we declare surplus, is that a separate issue from what we
It
then
is.
do with it? So are those separable? So we could vote to declare it surplus and then decide later whether to lease or not lease?
That's correct. Yeah.
So I don't, Lynn, I just don't have the wording of the motion in front of me on whether it has lease in it or not, because I'd like to not have the motion have the lease, to have it be separate. So along that line, to the later in one of the documents that I read said lease it for $1. Are we restricted to only $1? Is there already a decision it will never be more than $1 if we lease it? So it's a question I have of the long-term viability of the project, because we've been assuming that we could do what we're doing if we get large state grants and subsidies, because we don't have the money to do it ourselves. And seeing the assessed value of the property is nearly $1,900,000. If we 3 years down the road have not been successful, I'd like to think that we at least have the option to sell it to a developer for housing. that it could be housing. I'm not saying it wouldn't be housing. And we've left it to be affordable housing transition. So I don't want to have the decision for surplus to tie the hands of what ultimately happens, lease or not lease, and the price tag on the lease or the not the lease. That was my concern with what I saw in other writing.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
So maybe connected to Kathy's question, I'm not sure, but I have a question about what's called alternative uses. If I read this memo correctly, given the whole intent behind this, this is really restricted to some form of affordable housing, or at least some kind of project that addresses, quote, negative economic impacts, unquote. Obviously, we intended or have intended it to address housing insecurity, and we've asked the town manager to pursue this as part of his goals, and it's part of our larger housing plans. If this were not to come to fruition, it still seems like it would have to be something that would still meet at least the ARPA guidelines. And the way it's stated is other types of affordable or mixed income development likely fall within ARPA guidelines. I take that to mean obviously an affordable development would still, but a mixed income would also be an affordable, at some level considered an affordable development and still could be. So we could sell this to a developer who would do a mixed income development, and you think that that could still fall within the ARPA restrictions or guidelines?
I do, assuming it was of a reasonably substantial size. The goal, I think the sort of navigating the weeds here, but the requirement is that the original purchase price can be applicable to affordable units. And so you would, and then probably, probably some further calculations on top of that. So basically, as long as you have $787,000 worth of affordable units in a hypothetical mixed income, it would be okay.
Councillor Haneke.
Similar question, because your memo or the memo we received says the ARPA funds were tied to the expenditure category of, quote, long-term housing security services for unhoused persons. So if that was the spending category, unhoused persons, not just affordable housing, does that 700 and some have to be tied no matter what to unhoused persons? Or
No,
is
there's
it just because our council order in 2020, in FY23 said for sheltering, affordable housing, supportive transitional housing, and or supportive services, that it can be tied to something a little broader?
So it can be tied to something broader. So I think that is our label that is in, so I guess we made up our own category in the ARPA reporting that I found. But there's a bigger bucket that's within, which is the shorter phrase, the negative economic impacts, which is actually quite a large bucket. And it's been a few weeks now, but the basic concept is if we're within that lane, there we might need to adjust a reporting thing, but it wouldn't be a fundamental change as far as the guidelines that I found. If we wanted to sell it for revenue to fix a sidewalk, that would be a fundamental change and would require some pretty messy unwinding.
Okay. Councillor Ryan, you have your hand up still? It's okay. Are there any other questions of the council? Seeing none at the moment, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment with regard to this issue, either in the room or people who are on Zoom. Seeing none, I'm going to come back to the council and ask if there are any further questions that you would like to ask during the hearing. It will come up for a vote. At that point, we'll look at the motion. Seeing none, then I'm going to make a motion to close the hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we're going to begin with Councillor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Councillor Lord, Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gauthier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
and Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It's unanimous to close the hearing. Coincidentally, we now actually move to action item 8C. And I would like to have the clerk of the council please put the motion on the screen, since I think there may be some edits to it before we make it. Okay, Counselor Haneke, I know you had some concerns, and do you have some edits you want to make to this one?
I don't think I have edits. I just had a question, which Athena did answer, but maybe others have the same question, so I thought I'd bring it up. The memo that we had an attachment number 1 that said 457 Main Street disposition order, and the motion doesn't mention that disposition order at all. So are we adopting the disposition order? Because that order is slightly different than the motion in terms of what it references. In my mind, it's got more language. So what's with the disposition order versus this motion?
Athena?
My response when Counselor Handicke emailed about this question was that I believe the motion that's on the motion sheet allows the council president and another council member to sign the disposition order.
Okay, thank you. And does that satisfy your question, Counselor Haneke?
So I guess the next question is, the disposition order says it's a 2/3 vote. So does this vote then on this motion 2/3?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion then is that the town-owned property located at 457 Main Street acquired by the town pursuant to the deed recorded with the Hampshire Register of Deeds in Book 14792, page 159, for sheltering, affordable housing, support / transition housing, and/or support services purposes is surplus to the needs of the town and is available for disposition for sheltering, affordable housing, support transition housing, and/or supportive services purposes, and that said property may be conveyed for said purposes on such terms and conditions as the town deems appropriate. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Counselor Ryan?
If I may, just for a moment, to give this some context, this for me is a very, as it says in the memo, an important step in something that has been going on now for a number of years. When we first put the goal of trying to create a permanent shelter to address the issue of housing insecurity in our community, we put it in the town manager's goals. And I'd like to acknowledge the work that he and some of his staff have made over the last few years to try and make this a possibility. I think Councilor Shane's absolutely right that there's still a lot of questions about how this can be funded, but we can't get to answer those questions until we take this important step. I'd like to remind people that in this town, we have for many years now provided some form of shelter for those who are unhoused, but almost every other year, every few years, it's had to move. Currently, it's in the Lutheran Church. Before that, it was in the Baptist Church. For a while, it was at the Unitarian Universalist Society. So the hope is that we can, as a community, can bring this about. It's going to take a number of more years, but I think this is an important step, and I would like to express my thanks personally to our staff and to our manager for pushing this along. And I hope this vote will be unanimous.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Bob Hegner?
I'm sorry, we're
We're going to the vote.
Yeah.
for the
Aye.
vote. Counselor Lord?
Aye.
Pam Rooney?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Aye.
Kathy Shane?
Yes.
Andy Steinberg?
Aye.
Jennifer Taub?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis?
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gauthier?
Aye.
Counselor Ette?
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke?
Aye.
In fact, it is indeed unanimous. Thank you. The next item on our agenda actually is the two items come together, and it's Article 19 and 18. Let me just mention, we will hear from Nate Malloy on behalf of the planning board. Kitty Axelson Berry is here as one of the petitioners, but I just want to mention a motion to not adopt or a motion to reject would be out of order for the council, as we have not held a hearing. Normally, if we had, it would have been referred to CRC and CRC would have held that hearing. The planning board did hold hearings, our hearing. For the council to adopt the amendments, they would need to be referred for hearings, which the council chose not to do when they were presented earlier in the year. On Monday, the council could, today, the council could refer them to CRC. We could take no action, or we could table them indefinitely. Those are really our options. Okay. So with that planning board report, I guess Doug Marshall is with us. And Doug, please unmute and go ahead. Doug is the chair of the planning board.
Thank you, Lynn. So you want me to talk about both at once?
I think that would be fine.
Okay. All right. So on November 19th, the board voted 6 in favor and 1 against to not recommend proposal 18 for bylaw section 18 to council. And then likewise for number 19, it was 6 in favor of not recommending and 1 against. So the board received the presentation from the applicants for both proposals. I'll talk a moment first about number 18, which was the moratorium proposal. First of all, the applicants said they were not aware of any imminent projects that would be coming to the board or proposed otherwise in the next year. The 1-year duration seemed rather short to members of the board. We also felt that with the design standard process that has been underway with the planning department and an outside consultant, that we felt that those standards are very close to being public, although they may not be adopted for quite some time, and that we could probably use some parts of that in our deliberations over the next year, even if they haven't been adopted. We could refer to them and consider some of the recommendations. There was one comment that one member felt that the proposal was misaligned with the housing production plan, particularly around whether to include student housing in the objectives and goals for the town, in addition to other housing, which was not in contention. So in the end, we didn't really feel that a moratorium was necessary to advance the petitioner's goals, because we have design standards coming, we have our meetings, we have our subcommittees meetings, and we felt that it was unnecessary for us to recommend a moratorium. Regarding number 19, that proposal had specific proposals for discouraging the purchase of houses and for renting to local students. We all felt that the proposal was not really ready for incorporation as a bylaw. The language was not yet definitive enough. There were 3 sort of, the first part has to do with the definition of a student home, which we had deliberated on before and had actually recommended to the board back in the summer. And then there were 3 proposals, three methods which were proposed to discourage the conversion of houses to student homes, one which was a minimum distance requirement, one was what they called consideration of rent stabilization, and the third was the limitations of student housing to main arterial streets only. So for the first one, we questioned. We had heard that there was some question as to whether that was legal, whether that ran afoul of Chapter 40A, Section 4, which requires that the requirements in a zoning district be uniform. And a minimum distance requirement would allow some people to rent to students and would prohibit others within, next door, not prohibit them from renting to students. So we questioned that. The rent stabilization aspect, right now it's illegal in the state of Massachusetts to have rent control. And so we didn't think that that was likely to go anywhere. And I know there's a voter referendum coming up about that, but right now it's not an option. And then the third, regarding the single and two family homes on arterial streets, that was a consideration that we had talked about back in the summer, probably, when we were considering the proposal that Pat DeAngelis had brought to the board for consideration. So there were a couple, those were some of the issues. And the other aspect of this is that things like the limiting housing to arterials felt to us like we're already talking about a lot of those things. And I think some board members felt like this proposal was sort of interrupting the conversation that we've had over the last more than a year about trying to put some limitations and how to deal with student housing. So we felt it was sort of a distraction, that it would absorb a lot of board time and perhaps council time to sort of hammer this proposal into shape where it was actually able to be considered as an actual literal bylaw. So all of those things contributed to the board voting to not recommend it to the council. We did, there were several points in the conversation where the petitioners said, well, we're not the experts and we're just trying to have a conversation. Well, we ended up recommending that they come to our meetings and they come to the housing subcommittee meetings and that they engage in the conversation that we've been having for quite some time. And I know that in the end, in the housing subcommittee meeting we have held since this vote, the petitioners came to the meeting, participated in the meeting, and in fact took on some of the research responsibilities that that committee had been trying to get to for some time. So we felt like we heard what they were asking for. We invited them into the conversation that we've been having and hope that they will attend and be part of that, but that neither of these should continue as a bylaw proposal, at least at this point. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Doug. Kitty Axelson Berry, who is one of the lead petitioners, has joined us. Kitty, would you like to go ahead and make some comments? You need to unmute, Kitty.
Okay, thank you. Kitty Axelson Berry from Stony Hill Road, which is in Echo Hills South. So as as Doug pointed out, yeah, I have mentioned before, and it's true, I'm not a professional planner. Neither is Darcy Dumont. I'm a resident, and after repeatedly hearing concerns about the imbalance between people who see themselves as really living in Amherst and people who see themselves as going to school in Amherst and living here while they're in school, I joined with Darcy and we convened a group of residents to jumpstart doing something about this issue, beginning with acknowledging it. And I do hear from Doug that it has not only been acknowledged, but people are working on it. We just want to have more work on it. So thus the zoning amendments before the town council tonight. The first proposed amendment focuses on downtown, which not so long ago was a year-round center for all ages and incomes. The second focuses on residential neighborhoods where families and people of all ages and incomes, whether they live in single-family houses, duplexes, triplexes, co-housing communities, or ADUs, feel welcome and valued. After attending numerous council meetings, I've observed a pattern, even though I'm not a professional. Zoning proposals, especially those with a lot of details, are sent for processing to the planning board, to the town council committees, to the planning department staff. They're explored by town manager committees. Outside experts are brought in. Members of the public, many of whom are also experts on the matter at hand, comment copiously sometimes. Details are rethought, new drafts are drawn up and replace each other. Many new drafts, many new versions, many new details. Ultimately, they fail quite often. Recent examples are the proposal to provide more off-campus student houses in neighborhoods and the proposal to darken municipal streets and sidewalks. These proposals are different. Rather than laying out details and being, what do they call it? Shovel ready. They get the town to explore options about an issue that residents really care about. It's true that these proposals are not fully fleshed out. Our intention is to let the professional planners and the council do their work on it. What's important at this moment are not those details. It's the question, is this issue important to us? Is it important to you? Do you want it to be addressed? Do you want it to be addressed soon, or do you want to stall it? Leaving it up to the real estate industry and property owners in the downtown bid is not the answer. And I've been told several times by Chris Brestrup, the former head of the planning department, that the planning department does what it's tasked to do. That's a bit of a tongue twister. Tasked to do. And they're overworked and they don't do more than what they're told to do. So it has not been tasked to address the problem of inadequate housing for year-round residents. What is the issue that I'm talking about? The issue is that Amherst is a college town, but it's an unusual college town, and there are indications that it might even be unique. We have the distinction of being a very small host community to a very large university. We're not a small town with a small college, nor a big city that can ably absorb a big university. And we have a disturbing imbalance between our quote permanent population and our quote student population. And there are no perfect simple words for any of these things. Year-round population, maybe use the word diverse population, resident population, host population. And there are no perfect simple words for students, maybe seasonal residents, short-term residents, partial year residents, or guests. It's like student home. Everyone knows what a student home is, but no simple definition covers it all. Or a definition of student could be a graduate student who's here for years, could be an undergraduate student who's here for not so many years. So this might not be what the university wants, but it's in the best interest of the town and the people who live here, for whom this is home, not where they live while they're in college. With a median age of 21.3 years old, it's no wonder that the town's focus is on 18 to 24-year-olds. With a population, according to the Housing Production Plan data, a population that's down to only 13,000 year-round residents, it's no wonder that town manager Paul Bockelman has so much trouble getting together a sufficient pool of candidates, even for the town's many committees, boards, and commissions. And instead of deferred maintenance, paying for its roads, DPW, fire department, libraries, and schools, as well as initiatives like CRESS and a resident oversight board, these services are mostly important for, quote, permanent residents. We're suggesting that you, the outgoing town council, think objectively about the need to alleviate these pressures on housing for young, middle-aged seniors, old year-round people. Age groups defy simple categories and definitions, just like student house, etc. We're suggesting that you think objectively about housing construction for all, not prioritizing students. We're asking you to think objectively about the need to acknowledge and support housing for all. And when it comes to the argument that student housing benefits the municipality's coffers, but housing for other populations would not benefit the municipality's coffers, it's just not logical. Developers make the most money from students, but unless the town was to adopt a differential property tax system, the town does not benefit, or I don't think it does, more from student houses than from family or workforce housing or houses. If the town cares enough about incentivizing housing for all, real estate interests will be there to build it, and employees at the colleges and UMass would love to live in it. It's well documented also that good housing opportunities and a good public education system are an effective lure for colleges to attract potential employees, including faculty. Retired people are another example. They would flock here, if only for the reputation of the town, the culture, the arts, the eateries, the forests and trails. It might not be what the university wants, but it's in the best interest of the town. Sorry, I repeated that. I'm asking you to support the proposals or table them, or what did you say? There was another action, no action. I don't know, to put a focus on alleviating these housing pressures on diverse residents and improving the imbalance between students and non-students here. So please keep both proposals in your mind, even send them forward for their 1,000 changes, like the night sky proposal and other proposals that got thousands of changes. Task the planning department with this effort by supporting the proposals, actually. Help the planning board and the committees respond on behalf of residents and the town's health to this need. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Kitty. So as I mentioned before, the options are to refer this to CRC, take no action, or table indefinitely. Councillor Haneke, you have your hand up.
We're on D.
Yes.
I move to table indefinitely the proposed Article 19 zoning for livability, affordability, and balance in single and two-family home neighborhoods.
Second.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? See none. I'm sorry, Councillor Ette.
Point of order, Councillor Haneke, you might want to speak to the motion
Oh.
since it's optional.
Yes, please, Councillor Haneke.
This motion is the cleanest way to clear up whether the council is taking action or wants to take action or not on this.
Okay. Councillor Anna Devlin Gauthier. I'm sorry, did you have more that you wanted to say?
I had a question. So the two options, one is to table indefinitely, which you raise, and the other is to take no action. What would be the difference in consequence for either of those options?
If the council were to take no action, it would have the same effect as tabling indefinitely. Tabling indefinitely is a formal action the council could take that indicates that it's not going to move forward with these proposals rather than just not making any motion or taking any vote. There are other options for the council to take on these petitions. They would need to be referred to CRC for a hearing, or the council could hold a hearing if it wanted to vote to adopt or not adopt the amendments.
So tabling indefinitely, does that imply that in some possible future? So it's gone. Okay.
Okay. Pam Rooney.
I was going to actually speak to the conversation, not necessarily whether to table it or to take no action.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, all right. I was disappointed actually when I listened to the planning board discussion of this when they held their hearing. And it's something that Mr. Marshall brought up again tonight. And that was that there was this reaction from one of the board members that this petition seemed to somehow interrupt the planning board conversation. It was a distraction to what was trying to take place already. And it really set me back because it's called citizen participation. It's called a citizen petition, which is allowed by our charter. That clearly the people in town felt that not enough was being done to address this issue. So I'm very sorry that the planning board reacted that way. I understand in the discussion about Article 18 with the temporary pause that there are reasons for saying maybe we're already making some progress on that number 18. Tonight we just passed the housing production plan. The design standards hopefully will be coming soon. Perhaps at this point, given those situations, that the moratorium itself for 1 year is maybe not the tool to use, but I appreciate the fact that they brought it forward. I understand the subcommittee of the planning board is continuing the conversation about how to enhance opportunity for, I'll just say, permanent residents, year-round residents in our neighborhoods. And what I would like to do is add support to that work in some shape or form, and nothing that we have on the table really tonight does that, except perhaps to refer it to the CRC. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Thank you. Jennifer?
The question might have been, I had a similar question to Councillor Ete. If we table this, I mean, it's not like going before the planning board, a developer withdrawing an application without prejudice. I mean, if the next council wanted to take it off the table and have this same discussion about whether to refer it to CRC, could we do that, or is it literally dead? I guess tabling doesn't
Athena?
sound like you've killed it.
It depends. If the council were to want to reconsider these amendments, the planning board would have to hold hearings again. The council would need to refer them again. They would need to be reintroduced. What this action does is indicate that the council does not wish to pursue these amendments.
Now, could we vote to refer one to CRC or not table one and table the other?
You could
If
vote,
the,
yeah.
if the council wanted to, it could vote to table one and refer the other to CRC for hearings and recommendation.
Because I would
So
have
if
to,
and if that's what you want, the motion that's on the table is to table it. So you would vote against that motion because you want to make a different motion.
okay. Because I agree, I understand with the amendment 18, because I too am uncomfortable pausing, any movement downtown for a year. Although I appreciate that was brought forward to begin the conversation, and if it gets us to adopt and implement design guidelines sooner, accelerate the pace, that's a good thing. But I do think that amendment or proposal 19 really, and I know as it is, that yes, rent stabilization, rent control are not legal now. The town might want to discuss taking a position in support of that because it will be being considered, as I understand, by the legislature. But the concerns and the issues raised in 19, I as I went door to door during the campaign, whether my district includes houses that are a block from the UMass campus and all the way on Strong and Northeast Street, far from campus. And that was the most consistent concern I heard from every resident, no matter where they lived in the district. The concern that families were competing with investors for single-family homes, that all the building is being priced for residents that share expenses, and a concern that the non-student population in town is rapidly declining and that neighborhoods are changing in that way. So I think for the council to say we reject this, we don't want to take this up, is really not being responsible to many, many of our constituents.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lord.
First, I want to thank the residents that have put so much time and energy and work and passion into this. I do have a question about Mandy's motion. Was it just for 19, 18 for both?
Yes. Mhm.
Oh, wait.
We'll do 18 separately.
Okay, so this is just for 19.
Yes.
Okay, and then I will be voting no because this one I'd want to refer, but just, yeah. So thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Councillor Haneke.
So everyone keeps saying there's no direction to the manager or staff regarding zoning bylaw, planning and development. Our goals for the current fiscal year and the proposed goals that are on the table for the next fiscal year have a action item that says propose revisions to the zoning bylaws that would reduce the time and cost of developing, permitting, and building housing on parcels in Amherst with the objective of increasing missing middle housing development potential. Many of us have seen that as addressing the very issues that have been talked about in the citizen petition about housing. We keep asking the manager to develop some zoning bylaws. As the planning board chair said, the proposed Article 19 has some severe deficiencies in adoption as an actual bylaw. We're not talking about talking if we send this bylaw to hearing. We're talking about adopting it as written, which says something about rent control, which is currently illegal. It says something about minimum distance, which is highly, possibly illegal. And that's how it's worded right now. It's not, and it's vague and unclear because it's so general. As the petitioner actually said, we tried not to get specific, but laws need to be specific. So referring this for a hearing is not going to solve the issue. This proposal should be tabled indefinitely, and if people want CRC to discuss the issue of addressing housing in neighborhoods to get that cheaper and more livable for non-student residents, then we should have a different proposal that says, hey, go talk about it, CRC. But this bylaw request is not the means of doing that. We should talk about doing it and saying and suggesting in some of the strategies of the housing production plan that was just adopted, propose, say, something to the council that says, send to the council, refer to CRC to develop a bylaw that complies with strategy X, Y, or Z in the housing production plan. Sending this to CRC doesn't give CRC any direction at all. I'm in favor of tabling indefinitely and bringing up at the next term housing plans and proposals that give CRC actual direction.
Councillor Attai.
I'm also in favor of tabling this indefinitely, but I want to speak generally beyond just this amendment as it is to the fact that we have as citizens an opportunity to petition to have some kind of action taken for the town. But we should not mistake the fact that the result of the petition means that the petitioners speak for the town. If that is the case, then I think the best thing that we could do is, since the petitioners are not experts, find a way to bring in the experts, which in this case would be the planning board, or the legislative experts, which in this case would be the council, and not find some workaround to have some proposal that isn't baked enough and wouldn't pass muster. I think this is a shortcut we shouldn't follow, and I would encourage everyone not to vote for this particular amendment.
Andy Sternberg.
Yes, I think the proposal, and I appreciate the spirit with which it was brought forward to call the council's attention to this, but as Councilor Haneke has pointed out, it needs to be really worked on through the planning department and the planning board to develop an appropriate bylaw that would be able to achieve the results that are being thought about, and to continue to work with what has been put forward through the petition process is not going to actually get to the intent of the petition process as it was put forward. Which brings me to one other comment that I have to make, I guess, since this is my second to the last meeting, and that is that I spoke earlier about the whole question of housing on campus and the unlikelihood that the university has the financial capacity to build new housing. But I do think that it is an important issue, and I don't want to create the impression that it's not. And so sort of in a way, speaking to the next council, I think that it is worth thinking about some sort of resolution or petition that will sort of communicate a message that we would like to engage more thoroughly in this discussion between the town and the university about the housing problems that are created when you have a university of this size and a community of this size. That is an important issue and one that needs to be pursued, but we need to find a positive way to move forward with that conversation. And part of it needs to be with continuation of the strategic planning process between the university and the town. And part of it just is what we say. So these are issues that are important, but I'd have to separate that out from the particular wording of the petition article as opposed to the intent of the petition article, and say that tabling is the appropriate step for that reason.
Councillor Rhyme.
It seems like everyone would agree that the wording of this is problematic, but I'm trying to understand what the harm is in sending this problematic bylaw to CRC for its own discussion and comment. We're not endorsing it. We're not saying that this is, but what's the harm in sending it to CRC for further discussion in parallel with what we hope will be happening with the planning board? I have to agree with Councillor Taub that the concerns that are in this, behind this, are things that I've heard too. And while I don't perhaps endorse maybe any of the suggestions here, at this point, I really don't know. I have some reservations about a number of them, but I guess if those who support tabling indefinitely could help me understand what the harm would be in referring it to CRC for further discussion and public input. That's where I'm kind of caught. I think it's clear that the first Article 18 should definitely be tabled indefinitely, but this one, I'm not convinced. So if someone could convince me that sending it to CRC would actually be harmful or detrimental, that would help me.
I'd like to ask for a point of clarification. If this were sent to CRC, am I correct that it is the bylaw as it is presently written that is sent to CRC for the purposes of hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. So the reason I asked that, Councillor Ryan, is because CRC certainly could take up a discussion, but to take up a discussion about this particular bylaw, that's not the option. The option is this is the bylaw that's being proposed. And they have to basically hear this bylaw, just the way the the planning board had to hear this bylaw. CRC could come forward with a different bylaw that tries to address some of these things. And that can come to the council and be referred for hearing all over the place. Yeah, please, Councillor Haneke.
So if it's referred for hearing, any changes have to be within the scope of the bylaw as written, which
Right.
means the conversation by default is stuck in the scope of the current bylaw, which is a definition of student home, minimum distance standards, rent control, and arterial road student housing limitations. There's no other scope it can expand to discuss potentially other options for dealing with the issues that are of concern. It's limited in scope to what's written, even if you make some changes. It still has to be within, because it's a public hearing, the notice is on what is the language in the document.
Thank you.
So if I may, then I guess the question I would have for those who would like to refer this to CRC is how they would respond to that, because that would seem to be a pretty, this is helping me at least get some clarity. I don't know about anyone else. But given the fact that the scope would be very narrow, and I think most of us agree this has a whole host of problems in it, my sort of dream that they could sort of take it and make lots of wonderful changes to it seems not viable. So I guess the question for those who oppose tabling indefinitely is, then what's the point of sending this to CRC? It seems not to be, it's just not fit for prime time. And other efforts need to be made, maybe by other councilors for the next council, maybe by CRC in the next council, but this mechanism, this vehicle apparently is just not going to do it. So people can see a way it can do it. I'd like some help, but right now I guess I find I'm leaning towards tabling.
A point of information.
Yes.
Councilors can bring a new petition, a new zoning petition to the council for action in the new term. That could be a modification of the one that's before you tonight. Councilors could also refer to CRC development of a zoning bylaw like they did with a solar bylaw if it doesn't feel fleshed out. Like the solar bylaw, it would then come back to the council for consideration and referral back to CRC and planning board for hearings and so on. But at any point, a councilor could restart the zoning amendment process on an idea like this. But referring it to CRC at this point tonight leaves it in the form that it is. There's not we're not in an amendment situation.
I think that's a helpful discussion, but let's keep moving on. Jennifer?
Yes, I guess this is more a response to comments that have been made. I appreciate citizen petitions that come from residents, and I don't think that just because we happen to have decided to run for the council and got elected that makes us experts. There's, I mean, so much I'm not an expert on that comes before the council. And I know Kitty Axelrod and Darcy Dumont. Darcy was on the council. She has great expertise. I mean, you both have expertise, but Darcy also brings the experience of having been a quote expert like one of us. So I would never, and particularly in a town like Amherst where we have so many experts, who spend their careers teaching economics and, community planning, that I wouldn't want to discourage any residents from bringing a petition to the council because they're not the experts and we are, because we, for the most part, are not. And I also want to, yes, in our town manager goals, it says one of the goals that's being proposed is to expedite the permitting process so that we can build more missing middle housing. And to the extent that if we're talking about missing middle, there's missing middle residents who can't afford top market price, but may not qualify for affordable housing. That's sometimes referred to as the missing middle. But I think the missing middle that Councillor Haneke was referring to is housing units that are between single family and large apartments. So we can change the permitting. We can put what we want in the town manager goals about how to make it perhaps easier to build more of that duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, townhouse developments, what they call around courtyards. But what we have seen is that housing is built and priced at the highest point. I must say this many times every council meeting. I know you're tired of it, but just to say we're going to change our permitting or make it easier to build a certain type of housing, if it is priced at the highest price point the market will bear, that is to students who share the rent. And, the protected use ADU, that seems like a great way to provide more housing for people who are not, for workforce housing and for your non-student households. But that is not what's happening. I mean, every week and month in my district, there are ADUs being applied for, and they are all accessory to primary dwellings that are rented to students, and the ADUs will be rented to students and not at a price that a non-student individual or household can afford. So the goals that we give the town manager may give us more multifamily housing, but it's not going to be priced for the constituency that we really need to provide housing for.
I want to remind the councilor that the motion that's on the floor is regard to Article 19, and the motion is to table that article. Anna?
So first off, on that last point, and I surely do not speak for Councillor Haneke or Councillor DeAngelis here, but when we refer to missing middle, I think everybody is talking about the same thing. I think that when Councillors Haneke and DeAngelis proposed those changes, it was because data shows that that type of housing is more accessible to that missing middle. I think everybody understands what the missing middle is. I think we're all using the same definition. I also want to recognize the concerns that drove the petitioners to create these documents, and I do appreciate their efforts to gather the over 10 signatures required by the state and everything. But I do not believe that the methods they are proposing are in support of our housing goals and needs. And frankly, part of me was almost inclined to vote to send this to CRC so that we hold a hearing and could reject it outright. I think that these bylaws are problematic. I think that they're going to do more harm than good in our community. And I think that they have pieces that would open us up for a number of lawsuits. There's so much on our committee's plates starting off the year in the next term. I would rather see members of the next council take and learn from these proposals, the elements that they like, and craft a better bylaw which addresses the needs that are represented here in more effective and net positive ways. Because we have to look at the bylaw as written in the hearing, because we can't edit it and then take it to a hearing, I don't think that this is a good use of the committee's time. These documents are public. These documents have been discussed. And I believe that if counselors would like to take this up as their issue, as something they're interested in, that they could take this and take the ideas that are behind it and improve upon them and bring those forward.
Thank you. Councillor Ete.
Thank you. A lot of the discussion has provided clarity on what I was trying to say. So I'll speak briefly about what I meant by expertise. I put a word before that, which is legislative expertise. There is a council with councillors who are reacting to what the public wants. That's where the legislative expertise comes in. And so when you have a petition, what the petition does and should do is it should signal to councillors that there is an issue that the public is concerned about. That it has done. The product of that petition as is also a shortcut, which I think is the wrong way to go about it. The shortcut is we are left now, if we send this to CRC with a document that we only can look at based on what has been written. Petitioners who are concerned about this issue, and clearly there is concern about housing, can now speak to councillors about what they would want. And with the new council coming in, there is a possibility of those changes coming in. So I support citizen petitions. I rather think of citizen petitions not as the public speaking, but as a signal that a segment of the public wants the council to get something done. The council should listen and get something done, but should not be railroaded into passing what we have right now.
Pam Rooney.
Thank you. I don't feel railroaded. I want to, though, speak to the process. If so, 2 years ago, a document was referred to the CRC, which was called the solar bylaw. And in fact, there have been many, many, many changes made to it in the ensuing time period. It didn't come in, it doesn't say to me, I'm not one that just loves rules, and to have someone say, no, you can really only talk about this, and this. You can't change it. You can't build on it. I think I'm a little unclear on why that was being said. in that
Point of
manner.
information,
Yes.
the solar bylaw was referred to CRC for development. It wasn't referred to CRC for public hearing.
No, this would have to be, this is proposed as a bylaw, therefore it would have to be referred to CRC for hearing versus being developed. Okay. Councillor Haneke, I just want to point out the motion's on the floor that's been made and seconded. Councillor Haneke.
I just wanted to clarify, the planning board has already held a hearing on this. So if it goes to CRC, it's for hearing in the process of getting to that. Whereas as our clerk pointed out, the solar bylaw has never even been in the planning board. It went to CRC for development. No hearings have been held. That's the big difference.
Okay. Pat DeAngelis,
Calling the question?
moving forward. Thank you. Are there any, excuse me, the motion on the floor at this point is to table indefinitely the proposed Article 19.
Point of order, I think our vote now is to call the question.
So I'll second the call to question motion then.
Thank you. All right. The question's been called. Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
No.
Councillor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub. This is the vote on calling the question.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Councillor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Councillor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Yes.
The question's been called. That motion is passed, 12 in favor and 1 opposed. We'll move immediately to the question. And we'll begin the vote on the question, which is to table Article 19. Pam Rooney.
No.
Councillor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Pat DeAngelis.
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Councillor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Councillor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Nay.
The Article 19 is in fact tabled, and the vote was 9 in favor of tabling and 4 opposed. I'm going to take up Article 18 since we're on the topic. Councillor Haneke, did you want to make a motion?
I move to table indefinitely the proposed Article 18 temporary pause for 1 year on applications for building permits for construction of residential buildings with 4 or more dwelling units pending completion of design standards, adoption of a housing production plan, and related actions.
Is there a second? Yes, motion's been made and seconded. Is there any questions or comments? Would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor Haneke?
I think what I said last time applies this time.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Anna Devlin Goff.
Sorry, I have a procedural question. I'm trying to read MGL as fast as I can here. So we have to vote to table because we cannot vote to reject outright because we have not held a hearing regardless of the fact that planning board has.
That's
Their
correct.
hearing counts for nothing. Why are we having them hold a hearing anyway? Like,
We actually referred to them for review and they chose to hold a hearing instead of just review.
thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or comments? Okay, then Pam Rooney, we're going to begin. This is a motion to table Article 18. Pam?
It's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm out of order.
Quite all right.
Councillor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Councillor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer's an aye, Councillor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hagner,
Yes.
Councillor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. We're going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 8:30. Please turn your mics off and your picture and turn them back on when you return. Thank you. We have 2 minutes before we reconvene. As you return, please turn your video back on. We have 1 minute before we're going to reconvene.
And one, no one. So you know, receiving costs, that it's hard to then find a way to find that.
So Andy.
Yes, no. That probably wasn't a lot of seeds.
All right, we're going to pick up on the action items where we left off. We're going to action item F, Transportation and Parking Commission charge, and also the amendments to the policy of the control and regulation of public way, and the designation of the Parking Commission as special employees. Let me just mention there are several motions with this, but in addition to that, the TSO has spent some time in making amendments to the document that we saw in the first reading. So this motion is to adopt the Transportation and Parking Commission charge as amended. Okay.
It's as presented by the TSO committee now. There have been no amendments tonight yet.
I was going on the fact that we had already seen it once, but
Okay.
okay,
But it's, I think
as
it's
presented
as
tonight.
presented tonight.
That's fine. Okay. I'm going to just very quickly point out.
I'll second that motion if that was intended to
you.
be a motion.
Thank you. So, Andy, do you have comments you want to make at this point?
I think, I'm going to make it just a general comment about the process that we engaged in after the first reading. And then let questions come as they will. But the committee worked very hard on taking the prior version and that was presented and was discussed at first reading, and to take in the notes that we took from that discussion, and to make what we thought were the appropriate changes to respond to the comments and questions that were raised. And that's all presented in the final version of the committee report. And there's those little bit of confusion about process because we were under the unfortunate circumstance that it was only a week in between in a Thursday meeting and trying to adhere to the principle of getting comments from members of the committee before making a final report. Inadvertently, you were provided with a copy of a first draft of what was not even the major one that we discussed at the meeting. In any event, I think that we have addressed most of the questions that were raised. I think that I expect tonight there will be questions about some of the any of the changes that were made or changes that you think were not made. And but we had a really solid discussion about it, and what we present tonight in two versions, the track changes so that you could see from the original what changes were made, and the final is I think what speaks for itself, and just, you know, the committee looks forward, and I will engage members of the committee to help me with responses.
Okay. So the motion's been made, the motion's been seconded. Counselor Haneke.
Yeah, two questions. The first one in the draft or in the clean draft that's presented, the number of voting members still has some lines out, so I think that's just a clerical thing. I think it was, instead of in a track change, it was actually a score through, because it reads 7, 9, 9, 7. So we can fix that.
I've corrected it. It's in the
Okay.
packet. Corrected.
Excellent. And then really my only question on this is then, is the intention to disband TAC if this passes? And if so, do we disband TAC immediately, or do we wait until the manager appoints new TPC members before disbanding TAC? And what's that motion look like?
I'm going to turn to the town manager.
So if the council creates this new committee, then I would come forward with depending on how TAC was formed, with a request to unform TAC, basically.
Dissolve.
Thank you.
Dissolve.
Dissolve. We have to investigate how it was formed. Okay. Are there?
But is the intention to then dissolve TAC?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so did you have any other motions at this point?
Not on this motion.
Okay, so this motion is to adopt the Transportation and Parking Commission charge as presented tonight. The motion's been made and seconded. I believe I'm at Kathy Shane. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Kathy?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis?
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gotham?
Aye.
Counselor Ette?
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Counselor Haneke?
Aye.
Bob Hagner?
Aye.
Counselor Lord?
Aye.
Pam Rooney?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Next motion is to designate Transportation and Parking Commission members as special municipal employees. Is there a second?
Second, DeAngelis.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Then we start with Andy Steinberg. Okay. Yes, I'm sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Some of the members are already town employees.
Very good point. Is there yes, Counselor Haneke?
So I believe there's a memo that could be unearthed from 5 or 6 years ago with enough time, that says, you have to designate a whole committee. You can't just designate portions of the committee, but if you're not allowed to be a special municipal employee and you're on the committee, you do not become a special municipal employee. So basically the only ones this would apply to are the 3 residents, none of the counselors, none of the staff.
Thanks for the clarification and the history. Okay, any other questions or comments? Andy Steinberg, we're moving to the vote. Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gotham.
Aye.
Counselor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
It's unanimous. The next one is to rescind the town council policy on control and regulation of the public way and replace it with the policy recommended by the Town Services and Outreach Committee as presented tonight.
Point of order, the motion now reads on the motion sheet to rescind the town council policy on the control and regulation of the public way and replace it with the policy recommended by the Town Services and Outreach Committee on December 4, 2025, and as shown on the document titled Town Council Policy regarding the public way as amended by TSO 12425 clean as presented.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Hold on. Counselor Haneke, you have your hand up.
I move to amend the document um, to delete from section 3, oh, sorry, F3HI, the phrase street lighting, comma.
F3HI. It's on the 4th page. Okay. And is there a second?
Second, Devlin Gothier.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? And would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, so street lighting, as we've seen, is not necessarily as straightforward as crosswalk placement or bus stop additions and deletions. It more falls in line with mini roundabouts, in a sense, in that some people love them in front of their house, some people hate them in front of their house. And so it's one where without really clear policies and without a lot of public say, it's really hard to determine whether one should be there or not. And beyond that, street lighting deals with not just the placement of streets, but how high they are, the temperature, the strength, you name it. And so I don't think the reference to street lighting here, it's sort of different from everything else in this section. And a little more vague in what they would be dealing with than, say, crosswalk placement, which is fairly clear. And the fact that TSO moved mini roundabouts from this to keeping within the council's full purview, couple numbers down, the major roadway now includes mini roundabouts too. I think shows that street lighting is sort of an anomaly here and should be removed from this for now. That doesn't mean if the council can finally adopt something clear regarding placement of streetlights or zoning that is clear as to how to make a decision on where streetlights go, that it doesn't go back in here for TPC. But at this point, given the status of policies, I think it's not appropriate to be within the TPC.
Okay, thank you. Pam Rooney?
I actually think it makes sense to have it here just because it's in many cases, street lighting is used as a safety measure at particular junctions or at particular intersections. So if I were to choose a group in town to deal with streetlights, this group seems like a really valuable place to start. So I'm a little worried if we take street lighting out from their conversation, it gets lost again and no clear policy gets developed.
Counselor Ryan?
So I think I share Counselor Rooney's concern. If we take it out, it's in limbo. And I guess you're assuming that maybe I'll ask you to help clarify where you think then it would fall. Or maybe you don't want it to fall anywhere. I would think that most, if not all, concerns that residents have related to street lighting are in fact related to safety. And they often are frustrated. I know on my street in particular, a light has been out for many years now. I have to actually stop at night at the bottom of my driveway and just wait for about 10 or 15 seconds because I cannot see anyone in the dark. So I can imagine reaching out to Town Hall, reaching out to DPW, and my experience of other people's experience has been nothing happens. That light has never been changed and maybe never will. But if this goes before TPC, at least I would then know as a resident to whom I could go, if there'd be a record of it, there'd be discussion, we would hope, and a resolution, yay or nay. But if we take this out, what happens to it? So I guess I'd ask the sponsor to help me understand what she thinks would happen if this were taken out, and whether she agrees with me that I think the vast majority of requests would be safety related, the kind of thing I just described.
Going to take a few more. Yes, please.
So I would disagree that the vast majority are safety related. My family in particular and many people on my street have requested streetlights be turned off because they harm people's sleep at night, the artificial light at night issue. And that is not necessarily the safety issue you're talking about. That is a interference with sleeping issue. And that's the big rub between, quote, people who want streetlights and people who don't in any one particular area, whether it is disturbing their habitability of their home or whether someone believes it is a safety issue. And there's differences of opinions there. One thing I would be willing to do, to be clear, I think it would stay with the council. Although in 7 years, the council has never dealt with a request to turn on or off a streetlight. Those complaints go to DPW right now. But I would be happy to, if my second is it, move streetlights into the after intersection control traffic lights in section F3H2, just the one below, put intersection control traffic lights, comma, street lights, comma, and other public way requests relating to roads, if that would be more clear. And then TPC is holding a public meeting, so it is clear where it goes, but it comes to the council for final vote on some of that.
Are you making that motion, Counselor?
She was asking her seconder whether she would go with that. Let's make sure we know where it's going to go. Can you show us?
I'm looking for the section. It's section 2 here, after intersection.
Right after the intersection control is where I would propose it if my seconder goes for that.
I agree with that.
And remove it from above?
Yeah.
Okay. The motion has been, a friendly amendment's been made.
By the two people who made the motion.
Right.
So.
Right. Okay. Are there other questions or comments? Anna?
So first, George, to your concern about the streetlights and requests to have them fixed, I don't read this policy as that would go to the TPC under the way it was written, because this is talking about permanent changes. This wouldn't be repairing an existing streetlight. That would just be something they would still have to go to DPW for. And frankly, I'm glad that you have to stop at the bottom of your driveway for a couple seconds to make sure no one is there. I think that's okay. So streetlights is not in limbo. It's currently, I believe, sitting in one of our council committees with the manager. This is not something that's kind of just vaguely out there. This is something that the council has on its radar. Street lighting is used as a safety measure, but it also has so many implications that are unrelated to the charge of the TPC. And I believe it needs to primarily remain with the council because it is critical for bodies such as the Conservation Commission and the Board of Health to weigh in on permanent changes with street lighting. I would see this as one of those issues, and I think that I wrote my note before we made that change. I see this as one where the council is holding the conversation and consults with the TPC along with other relevant bodies. But again, just to reiterate, this is discussing permanent street lighting changes, not turning on an existing light or repairing it.
Thank you. Andy?
Yes, I guess I'm mostly speaking from the committee point of view, but I'm also speaking as an individual counselor, and part of what I'm going to say. Couple of counselors, and they happen to be Counselors Haneke and Devlin Gauthier, brought a proposal in the last term of the council for the development of a streetlight policy. And I'm the only person who's actually has been on TSO in both of those council terms. And what happened in the last council term was that it was an extraordinarily complex proposal for the committee to deal with. And because it involves a lot of both technical issues, which I think that at the last meeting, there was some reference made to it, and there was questions of cost and other issues. And we left it at the end of that council term that the superintendent of public works and town manager would come back with a policy, and it was put in the carryover memo to that effect. And it just was one of those things that with so many things happening in town generally and with public works, it didn't get to that stage. We are going to put it into the carryover memo so that there's a reminder to the next TSO about the need to consider whether there should be a policy, because it has never been ended really in any formal sense. It's also a possibility that any counselor could bring a new proposal for either a policy or a bylaw. Some communities that have dealt with this issue have done it in the way of bylaws or ordinances, and which then gets me to the point of changes that to the version that you're looking at. If you look at the very beginning of the policy under C, there's an additional 4, which is.
Andy, your microphone, please.
I'm sorry, my finger slipped. In the policy, C4 is new. The TPC shall consider any relevant zoning or general bylaw or council policy on all matters which it must make a finding or recommendation. And the thought with that is that if through any of the processes that I just described, that there is a policy developed about lighting, that there is that reminder to the TPC and the requirement of the TPC that any actions that they take must be consistent with the bylaw or policy that is adopted. But that's just a common sense thing, and it was not written specifically because there's also, we've been talking about further enhancements to complete streets, and we want complete streets to be considered also. So it was the thought of the committee to include that provision and to make it general.
George Ryan, Councilor Ryan.
Just a quick question, actually, for my colleague. This proposed lighting policy would potentially include something that would address what I think is a common concern that many residents have, that questions about lighting just go into, shall we say, a black hole and never reemerge. So is that also part of the intent of this policy, or is it strictly related to health and such matters? Or do we know?
Are you talking about this policy?
Well,
or?
we've been told that someday there's going to be some kind of lighting policy that will be developed, and it involves town staff. And my question is whether that policy, and maybe there is no answer because there is no policy, whether that policy would also consider the issue of what residents do when they have a question about lighting on their street, other than the answer, which is currently you reach out to DPW, and what that means is you never hear back.
And George, I wanted to just say, I totally agree with your point, but this is not the discussion at hand.
It just affects my vote, that's all.
Okay. Bob Hagner.
Yeah, I just think if Athena, if you can scroll down just a little bit, if we make this change, we're basically committing the TPC to have a hearing on every request and for them to come back to the council to make a decision on every request. So the council has to make
changes.
We're moving the the decision-making out of TPC and moving it to the council, but we're putting a burden on the council to have to act on each one of these things. I mean, we can do it either way. I'm just saying that's
But
the choice.
Bob, my point was well made that this addresses only permanent changes. And so the point was made that in my particular case and others like mine, which are many, you still would go to DPW. It wouldn't go to TPC. You were suggesting clearly that given the way the policy is written, the issue that I'm raising, I would not go to TPC with it because it's not a permanent change. You would tell me, and I would tell my constituents, you have to call DPW and say, I live on X street and this light has been out for umpteen years. Would you please repair it?
Yes, and paving is another thing that we
So that's the
did not
same.
include as part of the TPC.
So my question was whether
This is
this
maintenance.
policy someday might address that as well and create some kind of, but okay, all right.
Okay. And George, I totally share your frustration, and my constituents would be absolutely appalled if I didn't bring up unlit streetlights that have been, in many cases, including the pole gone for over 3 years. Bob Hegner. Okay, Councillor Haneke.
I just want to address George's comment. The draft policy that was referred to Paul for the manager 2+ years ago for development included, it would need modified if we create a TPC, but included requests to a section that was titled Request to Install, Remove, or Modify Streetlights. Those are sort of the permanent changes to the public way streetlights, and gave where it goes and how it sort of set forth how it would take place. So the draft policy did try to deal with it before we got this TPC, right? And so if that policy comes back, presumably it would be in conformance with something. The policy also included better standards for where permanent changes were. The draft policy had things like what the request needed to include and what the council would do when it receives the request. So those things were considered in that. So if we do finally get a proposed streetlight policy, that would be in there. And maybe we could change this back to potentially TPC. But at this point, there isn't enough standard determinations for permanent standard guidance for permanent changes to the public way that I believe there isn't enough for it to go to TPC instead of stay at the council.
A motion to amend the original motion is on the table and it's up on the screen. Anna.
I just wanted to point out that permanent changes to streetlights as it exists right now would be a permanent change to the public way and would come to the council. And in my entire time on the council, we have had plenty of poll hearings, but we have had no hearings about streetlights. So I don't think this is a major issue that we're adding burden to the council time.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, the first vote is on the amendment as you see it on the screen. Okay, and in this case, I guess we're at Jennifer.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
We're voting to take out streetlights.
We're voting to move it from above to down below, as it's on the screen. So it would be moving from HI to H2I.
Yes.
Okay. Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gauthier.
Aye.
Councillor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Councillor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Councillor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
And the motion to amend passes. We're going to go to the original motion. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we're going to begin with Councillor Walker. This is the motion to rescind the town council policy on control and regulations in a public way and replace it with the policy recommended by the Town Services and Outreach Committee. And then it's various dates where it said, and now it says as amended.
Yes.
Thank you. Pat D'Angelo.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Well, I want to say congratulations to TSO. You did it. Thank you. Yeah, it did. All right. The next motion is to adopt the FY 2027 financial guidelines as presented.
Point of clarification, budget guidelines is what their title is.
Thank you.
Well, the motion sheet was amended very late because of that, so.
The budget guidelines, right?
Yes. It should say FY 27 budget guidelines.
Thank you. Yep,
I'll second the motion.
thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Anna Devlin Gothier.
So one of the questions that I had was when we're looking at, and I'm sorry, this packet is so massive that I'm trying to pull up the dang correct thing right now. But one of the questions that I had was around specifically the middle school roof. And I know that finance discussed this, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about why not contribute more from Amherst towards putting the auditorium roof in with that same bid and getting that completed at the same time. It feels like something that, the town is able to utilize for a number of our events and the like, and town goings on. I'm not phrasing this right. I swear the time gets earlier and earlier where my words start fading. But I'm curious why we don't utilize some of the free cash that we have to complete the auditorium roof with the rest of that roof improvement. It feels like something that Amherst could work with the schools to then say, we can utilize the auditorium as we continue to do this time without having to pay. I'd like to know if finance reached out to the schools to get more information on this and what the results of that conversation were.
Kathy?
The discussion we had, and when we started talking about this is all in the context of certified free cash, okay, a recommendation on what to do. So right now, that recommendation is get to the target that we have on roads using all the available and otherwise put it in the capital reserve fund. The middle school roof, I had suggested initially that it also be considered for an allocation. But if we don't have a proposal from the regional school committee, it would be Amherst saying, here's a gift, basically a gift to do the middle school roof. Now, I actually would be in favor of doing that. It's that, we will be about 80%, 78% of it one way or the other. And the other towns have stretched to even do the main part of the roof. They've told us they've dipped into free cash, so they may not want to come and do the auditorium roof. But meanwhile, if anyone has seen, I can share the report later. There is a report that was done a couple years ago on how badly it's leaking, and this is the roof where tile fell on a student's head. And you can see it. The idea that you would set up to do the whole roof, the crew would come, climb up with all the scaffolding and not do this piece of it. So honest question is, why not? I think you're asking why not put it in line for, if they're certified free cash, consider basically gifting it. That
gift, yeah.
We'd still have to get a request from the school. I mean, we would have to have them say, here's the price tag, and they would have to put it in the bidding document then as in addition to the rest of the roof. So I think that's what your question is.
It is.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm curious why not put it in as a gift, and I'm curious if anyone reached out to the schools to ask if they would consider submitting that request.
Counselor Haneke, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things I think that was reported to the finance committee, because this was part of the discussion, as Kathy said, was that it is unsure at the region level whether they can actually combine the bids under MSBA guidelines. So it's, at this
Oh.
point, they don't even know whether they could do both at the same time, even as a add, option add or whatever it would be, as part of the MSBA project, say, oh, but we want to do this at the same time. So there was a lot of uncertainty around whether it would be any potential possible. And so that was one of the things to say, well, we don't even know whether it would be possible. If it was, it would be part of the bidding. We don't know what the cost is. We don't know what it would be saving. We don't know. There's just too much uncertainty. And if it's booked into capital, in the capital stabilization fund anyway, you can still pull that out for the middle school roof if we were to get a request. But it was eventually determined that it would be better to wait for a request and have the money potentially in the capital stabilization fund. So that's why the recommendation ended up being this way instead of specifically mention. I think there's a mention of the roof in here, but not like save it first, because we're looking at January, bids might not be out yet. There might not, it was just too much unknown.
Kathy?
So Mandy, the other discussion was whether we're talking about adhering to the regional assessment method,
Right.
which would have us paying 78% or 80% of it and the other towns a share versus us paying all of it. And so I think I guess that's a decision that I think I would like to have it be open to considering doing that if we can get over this hurdle of, are they even going to propose it to us on a, that was I had originally thought from the first discussions with Shannon, they got an estimate of about 1.2 million, which was based on square footage. And so I had thought it was a go, and even if we have to bid it separately to combine it in a big project, MSBA doesn't care. They're not going to spend any money on this, but if we want to get the work done. So maybe we can, it doesn't have to be in the guidelines now, but once we get certified free cash, if the middle school, Shannon, people know that Amherst might consider it. And I'm just remembering back to track and field, where we literally gave $1 million gift toward track and field because we had certified free cash and we wanted to get the project done. So that would be the precedent here. So I think maybe what we're hearing is we would pull it out of it's written now as we would pull it out of the capital fund to fund it. So if the council, and not everyone here will be there, if people would be willing to talk about it as a gift, it potentially isn't an 80% share, it's 100%. So that could be conveyed to the school that at least that's a potential.
Anna, any further question?
Oh, other folks, you had a hand up. Is it about this?
Did you have any further questions?
Well, I'm behind you, so I wanted to let you.
Oh, no,
go.
that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think my concern is that we're trying to push our capital to 10%, and if our allocation or the entire thing coming from capital, that's significant when we know that we have a lot of other capital requests coming down the line. I would rather utilize free cash and kind of name it upfront and utilize free cash as a gift. I think that if we do it as a gift, we're able to, my understanding is, not mess with the regional agreement as much. And like Kathy said, we know that the other towns are not able, what they have communicated to us is that they are not able to utilize their free cash in the same way that we are for this type of project. I'm curious if there's a way to get consensus on moving that 1.2 specifically from free cash to capital. I'm trying to figure out how to frame this, and I'm not totally positive, but what I want to make sure doesn't happen is that we end up pulling that 1.2 from our 10% that's going towards capital. I'd rather increase capital and include that 1.2 million in the percentage versus having to pull it from the 10% total, if that makes sense.
Okay. At this point, however, you're not moving to amend.
Well, I'm open to discussion from the council because I'm struggling with the language here. I think that the language that says, hang on, I got to search back through roof. The language in here says, fund the be prepared to allocate funds. I think that I wish that language were a bit stronger. And so I'm trying to think about if it could say, be prepared to allocate funds if the regional school committee seeks to fund repairs to the, sorry, backing up. It specifies capital improvement plan or capital stabilization fund. We could add the words or free cash to that. And that would maintain that option, I think.
So the motion would be to amend the sentence. This
Page
is on the
2.
second page,
Bottom.
right there, stop right there. And it would be to amend it to say capital improvement in the last bullet before budgeting surplus included in certified free cash.
Yep, and it would just.
So after capital improvement plan would be a comma. And then
Sorry, which bullet?
right there, the one you have your arrow on.
It starts with be prepared.
Right, so
Athena.
comma,
Just before the budget surpluses, the large bullet.
right, put a comma there. Then take away or. And then, no, and then go.
The or would stay after the comma, you just put free cash.
Oh,
Comma.
or free cash, okay. So leave the or in. And then comma. See, I was going to put it at the end, but that's okay. There you go.
Point of
the amendment's been-
clarification.
Yes,
It needs to be added for consistency purposes on page 7 too.
thank you.
On the second to last, right, the paragraph above budget surpluses on page 7.
Yep.
Right
Allocate
there.
funds as necessary through either capital improvement plan, comma, free cash, comma, or capital stability.
Okay. Okay, so the amendment's been made and is there a second?
I'm wondering if it can potentially be a friendly amendment.
I'm so friendly.
It's so friendly.
I'm so.
I would take it as a friendly.
All right,
The
if we're
committee.
taking this as a friendly amendment.
Lynn and I had to do it, and so I'm
That's
proposing to do it friendly
It's-
as the seconder.
It's a second, it's a friendly amendment. Thank you. On it, is there any other question or comment?
No, I believe that covers what I was.
Okay, Counselor Haneke?
I just want to say, I'm not going to oppose this. Obviously, I just said it was friendly, but I think one of the reasons we didn't list that was because we expected all the financial orders to have already taken free cash to 5% by the time we would have any of this. So, but I'm not opposing it because it still gives the option, and we clearly sometimes do take free cash below 5% with various things. So I think it would depend on the amount that came through and all. So, but I think that's the reason we didn't include free cash, was because all the free cash transfers would already.
And I
be
would just say,
done.
if they could act fast, we don't have the certified free cash in front of us, but we will have by the end of January. So there's a window between now and 30 days from now, or 40 days from now. Yeah.
Jennifer Taub?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, you'll probably do it when we vote, but those of us remotely and the residents tuning in can't see the changes.
Thank you. Okay, my question is about the following line, and it's on page 2, and then it appears later. And that is under,
A point of order, is this related to the motion that's on the floor?
it's related.
That
to
was determined to be just a friendly amendment.
amendment. Yeah, thank you. So under expense projections, on the second page where it says increase town budget expense lines to reflect current actual spending. I just want to make sure, because in BCG, there's been a discussion about having level budgets for library and the town, as well as what we expect to see from the school. And in this case, this only addresses the expense side, not the personnel side. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think Lynn asked this question, everyone. I think if we said non-personnel expense, it would make it clear. This is an issue that's come up with the town budget for DPW, fire and police, that the operating expense, not personnel line was frozen over a number of years and actual always was coming in higher because electricity costs went up, utility costs went up, so we wanted to get to more actual. But if we put the word non-personnel, it might make it clearer.
So after the word budget, you would insert non-personnel.
Yeah. And
Please tell me the page and paragraph.
yeah,
The second page.
scroll up to the top. And then now come down. Okay. You see where it says increase town budget expense lines? If we made it non-personnel expense lines, I think that addresses your concern.
What?
And then the same thing would be later.
And where, can you tell us where?
Okay, go quick.
Right in there someplace toward the
Revenue. Okay.
stop.
So keep going. You have to scroll.
It's on page 6, the second paragraph. So I think,
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
correct point.
Will you accept that as a friendly amendment?
And I think that addresses your question, right?
Yeah.
We were.
yes,
Well,
between
it addresses my question. There's a whole nother issue about how to come up with these estimates and how to make them actually real, but that's not part of the financial guidelines. Okay. Are there any other questions, comments, amendments, suggested amendments, friendly amendments?
Kathy's hand is up.
I'm sorry.
Kathy's hand is up.
Oh,
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't see it, Kathy. No, it's not.
So the non-personnel, I didn't put it back down, sorry.
So the motion's been made and seconded. There's been 2 friendly amendments. Those we don't need to vote on. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to start with Pat DeAngelis. We're voting to adopt the financial guidelines, and I want to just be very clear. The new council can always bring these back up to discuss. And there is a provision here that in fact, it would be looked at again in February or before on or around February 15th. Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Arte.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmerson, aye. Counselor Haneke.
aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
It's unanimous. On the next item, it's to,
I have one suggestion.
Yes.
Since we just made 2 small changes, the date should probably be today's date, instead of December 2nd, it should be December 8th. So we just have a record.
it should be anyway, because that's when we
It should be,
adopted
I
it.
mean, we're sending this out, so it's.
If there are no objections, I'll just make that change.
Right. Okay, the next motion is to adopt the 2025 Town Manager Performance Evaluation as presented in the evaluation memo. No, that's not right. Dated
December 8th.
December 8th. Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I want to speak, I'd like to speak to the motion and then perhaps other people have questions. I want to thank both Counselor Ryan and Counselor Haneke for their extensive suggestions and the ability for us to, I hope, come to a final document, but we'll see. Are there any other questions or comments? Counselor Haneke.
I just want to thank Lynn for being
Yes.
patient with me through all of this and dealing with it all. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Counselor Ryan?
So I know we've got still a lot to do tonight, but I wrote down a number of things as I thought through this, and I'm assuming we all agree that the goal of this document is to assist the town manager in his performance. And this is true of any town manager, past, present, or future. This goal is to help him or her do their job better. I think we all agree on that. I would point out that there are 57 separate items on which the town manager is given a numerical score. And there are written comments in identifying 3 areas of strength and 3 areas of weakness, or 3 areas of need of improvement is really the better way to put it, and is the way it is put. And I hope we can agree that this is still excessive. I think we're making progress. I think a lot of this is due in part to what Anna's been doing. We're making progress with this, but we still, I think, have a long way to go to bring this under control. Maybe some of you believe that 57 separate items with a numerical score and 6 separate set of comments is perfectly normal. It was pointed out to me the other day that the superintendent of schools has written in her contract there can only be 8 performance goals. So we need to work on this. I think we should also acknowledge that some of these items are multi-year, and yet the way we currently do this, it doesn't really recognize that. So you can mark someone down even though the actual item is a multi-year item. Perhaps we should consider goals that are 2 years, that they basically, the understanding is this is a 2-year process. Maybe not, but anyway, there's a problem with that as well. Clearly, some of these items, the action items in particular, are open to council interpretation as to what constitutes meeting expectation or what does not. I hesitate to bring this up, but I can't help but bring it up, I'm afraid. The classic example is the Jones Library, where the action item was explicitly to sign a contract and break ground, which I think we all could agree was in fact accomplished. Nonetheless, the town manager was given 2 3s and a 2 on that item. So there are other ways that one can express one's concerns about something without, so there's that kind of thing that happens. I think we also owe the president a debt of gratitude. I think we should agree that in the future, this cannot fall on the shoulders of one person, and the writing of it at least should be shared. I don't know how we can manage that. Perhaps we just do it ad hoc, but this is not a task that should fall to one human being. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, George. Any other questions or comments? Then we're going to move to a vote. And in this case, we begin with Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. To adopt, the next one is to adopt.
Excuse me.
Paul's hand is up.
I'm sorry, Paul.
Yeah, so I just want to thank the council, the effort you put into this, the detail you went into. There are a lot of goals, but you each and every one of you put the effort in to review them all. And so I appreciate the feedback. It's a lot, and I will strive to do better.
Thank you, Paul. So the next one is the 2026 town manager goals. I know Anna would thank you for all the ratings that you did and for actually sticking to the guidelines. And it may not have been perfect, but it sure helped. So the motion is to adopt the 2026 town manager goals as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Anna, did you want to speak to this?
Oh, yeah.
I bet you do.
So, pardon? Keep it simple. I'm going to do my darndest to keep it simple. So first off, as you all know, and I outlined in the memo, the process here, everybody submitted action items that they wanted to see. We are following the similar process of having goal areas and action items as last year. And George, you set me up really well, and I appreciate that. So GOL first went through and consolidated them in trying to find repeats. The council pointed out a couple we'd missed. Thank you. And then we sent it out to the council to essentially divvy up points within each area amongst the action items. I do want to assure you that that system will look different next year. We're learning as we go, but I appreciate you bearing with the system this year so that we could learn from it. The action items that GOL discussed are in the memo that was in your packet. We ended up with 30 action items, so we're slowly but surely reducing. But I wanted to speak to a couple of them because after GOL had voted on this memo, I had a chance to talk with Paul and get his thoughts. And I don't want to speak for him, but I was going to include his thoughts as we run through this. Because while these are all on the table, I know that we will entertain amendments to remove or whatever folks are proposing as they see fit. So starting off with administration and leadership, and I'm jumping around a little bit here, but I just wanted to speak to the expanded modes of communication to residents, and I'll list the action items here, including the possibility of email-based newsletters with the options for individuals to sign up for alerts of a specific topic. And GOL discussed this essentially as really a validation of the work that our new comms director has been doing. This is something that we felt able to add for the first time because we feel like we have someone in that area that even though these are Paul's goals, they often fall to the staff, right? And we feel that our comms director has the skills to do this, and we haven't been able to do that before. Working with the council and TSO committees to develop ways to streamline and improve the recruiting, vetting, selection, and onboarding of community volunteers who serve on the town's boards and committees. This process should include exploring ways the town might shrink the number of boards and committees. One thing that the town manager mentioned on this is that this will take consultation with the resident advisory committee, and they will be tapped in for that discussion as well. And then lastly, in this area, continue implementing anti-racism, anti-discrimination, and anti-oppression training for current and future employees, including town councilors. And just noting that GOL added town councilors into that as part of the discussion. I did want to speak to one other one because points-wise it was up near the top, but one of the action items in this area was increase enterprise fund salary pay scales so that wastewater and water plant DPW employee salaries are competitive. And what GOL talked about is that this is a union issue. So some staff are in the enterprise fund salary pay scale and some are not, but they're all within the same union. So we aren't able to do that because you can't shift those different scales within that same union as it exists. Moving on to climate action, and I'm going to run through these and then we'll come back. So create and submit a complete streets tier 2 prioritization plan to Mass Department of Transportation. Ultimately, what Paul and I discussed was, sorry, I didn't know which notes were from Paul and which were from GOL. I apologize. We will ultimately need to have a council conversation about kind of what is feasible. I know this has been pitched before, but I think as a council need to understand a little bit more about these processes. It is up here. It was very highly rated, and GOL still thought the council should move forward with it, but there's more conversation needed. Update the Amherst Bicycle and Pedestrian Network Plan with the goal of council adoption in 2026 and possibly 2027. One of the questions GOL had was whether this is doable within that year versus creating a timeline for updating. And in my conversation with Paul, he pointed out that this would require an appropriation, which is likely not in the budget. So we might consider amending this item to request the money with updates and implementation happening the year after. Create and submit a tier 3 construction application to MassDOT. What Paul and I were discussing here was we don't have a specific project in mind for this. And so it's a bit of a vague action item if we don't know what the application would be for. Kind of, again, the question is to what end are we doing this? Next was complete all work required to bring proposed amendments to General Bylaw 3.33, refuse collection and recyclable and compostable materials to the council for a vote to approve or not approve. No notes on that one. And develop and enact the solar and BESS battery energy storage systems bylaws on or before December 2026. Ultimately, once this is passed by the council, it will be implemented, but the work will still need to be done as applications come in. It's just not a proactive action. It is dependent on it, like enacting this is dependent on someone applying for a permit. There may be some smaller things like creating a separate application, but it kind of depends on how that bylaw shakes out. Moving to community health, community
Got
safety.
a point of order.
Yeah.
Just a thought, and maybe it's not a very good one. I'm wondering if we could just work through goal area by goal area. So
Sure.
that once you finish with one, we could have a discussion and then maybe, I don't know about a vote, but at least a
be fine.
discussion. I feel that this is all very helpful, and we
Yep.
do definitely want to hear from you and from Paul. But by the time we get through all this, I'll have forgotten just about everything you've said for the other 5
I appreciate
So
that.
let's
Joyce.
go back
Any
and
thought on
see if
this?
there's any points or comments on administration and leadership.
I do just want to point out that the motion to adopt is on a table, on the table, so changes would, if you want changes, they'd have to be in motion to amend form.
Right.
So why don't we start with administration and leadership, just to, you can see this
Counselor
in the
Haneke.
memo.
Just a quick, did we fix the spelling of employees in the third action item?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
thank you.
sending it back to Athena, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on administration and leadership?
I guess just on the third item, what qualifies, I mean, basically any action that Paul takes to implement the item is sufficient to meet the goal. I mean, again, it's one of those things where I don't know, what's considered sufficient. Is it a 3? Is it a 2? Is it a 1? So if we could be more concrete or specific, or could we view this as something that is simply a given, a policy that it's simply expected that part of what we do as a town is we have these, right? So I guess the question for the item 3 is how do we measure, how does this get measured?
Mhm. You're right that this is, I don't want to say an easier checkbox because this is a significant lift no matter what, but it would not be fair for a counselor to look at this and see what Paul did, if Paul did do things to this, towards this action item, and say, well, I wanted him to do more. If we don't specify that in the goal, I don't think that that would be a fair evaluation of this statement. So we are leaving that door open a little bit for Paul to determine what that looks like and kind of the intensity or how it's applied. And I think, GOL didn't necessarily get into a ton of discussion here because there's a really thin line on this one between far overstepping our bounds and micromanaging, and kind of creating this is the direction we want you to go. You determine, because you know your staff and the executive end of this more than we do, you determine how it's applied. But to your point, you're right. It is absolutely one of those things where he could do anything and it's technically meeting the goal. I think Paul would strive, again, I'm not speaking for him. I do think he would strive to get above the baseline here, but yes, it is not extremely specific in what we expect him to do.
Any other questions or comments? Kathy, please.
The very first one on the tailored emails and communication, that strikes me as whether or not it's doable is my first question. Second, it seems staff intensive, and someone has to write them. And if this was simply a send Paul's report to the council out to anyone who signs up and wants to get to the report, that would be fine with me because he writes that. And it's and I know District 5 actually used to distribute it directly to anyone who wanted it because it's such a comprehensive report. So I'm worried about the way this is written, email-based newsletter with the options to sign up. Right now, you can sign up for an alert on anything you want to. So this reads like, I would want to know just about a street in my area or a street, something very specific to my district, as opposed to I've signed up for anything that they're going out to bid for or anything on this. So I'm hoping that's what's meant, but I'm just worried about the possibility of email-based newsletters because newsletters take time to write. So if the thought is just a way to push that report out rather than posting it on our website, that's fine with me. So email-based communication, I'm just worried about the word newsletter.
I hear you. I think a newsletter can be all sorts of beasts, right? This action item actually arose out of a District 5 meeting. And one of the things that came up in that meeting was folks are often seeing things that are shared on social media, and then hearing about it secondhand because they themselves are not on social media. And our communications director has been doing a really great job posting things on the town's social media pages, but for folks who are not in that avenue, They were simply seeking those messages to be sent in a different way. You can sign up for alerts right now, but like you said, they are for formal processes like hearings or bid petitions or things like that. They're not about, hang on. They're not about warming shelters or a fun event that's happening in your district. This specifically says including the possibility. Newsletters can mean any sort of thing. When we first drafted this, it
okay.
could be the president. Hang on, it could be the president's report, absolutely. But we tried to leave the latitude up to the person who ends up doing this to decide what would be best. That's why we said possibility.
I'd like to give Paul an opportunity to speak.
So we have already talked about this one in terms with the communications manager. Some ways, I mean, the town manager report is pretty dense, and just picking out some of the highlights that would make it more consumable for people who only have a minute to read something. So the communications manager, we've had that conversation. The more granular way of sharing information is more challenging, and there are like 37 or something ways you can sign up for Notify Me, and I think sometimes people don't understand that. And in terms of the third goal there on implementing anti-racism, anti-discrimination, anti-oppression training, I would refer back to the strategic plan that the DEI department has developed, which includes a lot of these initiatives that we would build off of.
Okay. Kathy, did you have any further comment?
Well, I'm convinced that this can be done with minimal staff effort is what my question was. So if you think you've got a way to do it, that's great.
Thanks. Pam Rooney, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to add that periodic newsletters, I feel, are probably something the counselors should be doing so they can inform their districts. I don't feel that we have to rely on a specific newsletter. I think the word newsletter caught my attention as well. We do the newsletters with all the material that the town staff provides us.
Counselor Haneke?
Yes, but wouldn't it be great if anyone in District 5 could sign up for the town-wide District 5 newsletter, and so that as counselors change over in terms, they don't have to recreate their own email lists, so that you can just be on that. The Charter Commission, when I was on it, had its own email list for Charter Commission stuff. It would be great if we had a District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, District 5, or all town council, where the District 1 goes to District 1 plus anyone who wanted everything. That's run through the town website so that it continues across terms.
Okay. Any other questions on administration and leadership?
Can I just add?
I'm sorry?
I'm trying to raise my hand.
Oh, Paul,
Yeah,
please.
so just so the council knows, we don't organize our work by district. I know you organize your political organization by district, but our work doesn't really align with districts. And most people in the town don't think of themselves in districts. They think of themselves, it's a small town. And so if people want to subscribe to certain things, we think more about topical things. Do you want to know about road construction? Because, West Bay Road getting paved isn't just District 5, it's a lot of districts. So I know that that's your interest as districts, but that's not really our interest as district newsletters. I get what you're saying. We also are very careful about not utilizing towns' resources for political purposes, which is sometimes utilized. That's something that counselors can do independently. Some counselors do a great job of it. And so that's totally up to you with your listservs. We don't, everything is always opt in and opt out for the town. So if anybody doesn't want to participate, they opt out automatically.
Good. Can we move on to climate action? And Anna, just highlights, I think, if anything.
I already ran through it. So, I think that the biggest questions here were about complete streets and level 3 specifically, referring to a specific project and us not having one in mind. And then second big concern here was the bicycle and pedestrian network plan and the timing of that and its possible need for a appropriation.
Councilor Ryan?
So I'm prepared to make a motion if it's appropriate at this time.
Sure.
The motion would be to delete the goal, create and submit a complete streets Tier 3 construction application to Mass DOT.
Second.
I'll second.
So my reasoning is that, it's been stated by Councilor, by Anna, that, this needs a specific action item and we don't have one. And my understanding, and may be mistaken, is that a tier 3 application also requires having reached tier 2. Is that correct? Or does anyone know?
The answer
That
is
is
you're
correct.
getting a lot of yeses.
So until tier 2 is done, tier 3 is moot. So I would think that I would like to actually have this as an item, and I'd like to have a specific, I have one in mind, actually, but it seems at this point it's just premature.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. I, I think we should probably do these individually.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Is there any more comment or question on this particular item?
I have one.
Tier 3. Tier 3. The idea of eliminating, create or submit a complete street tier 3 construction application to Mass Department of Transportation. Motion's been made to eliminate it.
I do have a comment on it.
Go ahead.
And so does Kathy, I think. So mine is just because something is not in the action items does not prevent the town manager from doing it. And I hope that folks will bear that in mind if they had something that they were hoping to see that isn't in here. There are plenty of things the town manager, there are a lot of things the town manager does that aren't necessarily dictated by the action items of the council. So it's well within the realm of possibility that a tier 3 application could happen if we get through that tier 2, but it's just not something that we are evaluating him on next year. So I wouldn't lose hope for your project.
Okay. Councilor Ryan, did you have any further comment? Okay, then we're going to move to a vote on this. I don't see any other hands. Okay. Councilor Ette, this is the vote to eliminate that. Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Councilor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Councilor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Councilor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Councilor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It's gone.
I'd like to vote on it, and I'm an aye.
That didn't.
Oh, did I miss you? I'm so
It's
sorry.
okay.
Anna,
I've been talking a lot. I get it. Aye.
thank you. All right. Are there any other questions or comments on climate action?
I would like to move
Items.
to amend. Sorry.
Okay.
There are three.
Oh my God. I didn't even look at my Zoom. I apologize. I'll go after everybody else.
Okay. Let me go to Pam Rooney.
I would like to amend the next one down to, because the name has changed based on the state activity, and it would be called something like Develop and Enact the Clean Energy / Solar and Best Bylaws, just so that we have the state reference in there.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
If there's just wording, can we
Yeah,
just?
do we need
Yeah,
to vote-
I'd
need to
say
vote on
that's
that?
a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Okay.
I agree.
Any other questions or comments? Pam, anything? Okay, George?
I
Councilor
want to
Ryan?
make amendment to the bicycle and pedestrian network plan, but I think that one or two other councilors might have something already. Well, I don't. We need to do something here. What we were told is that it needs an appropriation or will probably need an appropriation. So that should be in here. I would very much like us to try or actually, I would like us to update the plan. But if an appropriation is necessary, then perhaps somehow we have to word that in here. So I don't really have anything concrete, but we need to do something with it. I think as it stands, it's not adequate.
Okay, Jennifer?
Yes, Anna, did you say I'm looking at the Complete Streets Tier 2 prioritization plan? Did you say you and Paul discussed that and he would have to come back to?
GOL was concerned about, with the tier 2, GOL had the question about what is feasible. And what Paul and I discussed, and I'll let Paul speak to this as well, please, in case I'm misunderstanding. Paul and I just talked about the need for the council to make sure we fully understand the ask and what we gain from doing a tier 2.
So would Paul come to the council like early in the next year? Because I'm just concerned that you know, how will we evaluate that? If it stays like that in our town manager evaluation next year, but so he'll come back and have a conversation. If it's not doable as the goal is, that we can,
Oh, are you talking about the bicycle and network?
no,
No.
Tier two.
the tier two, because it sounds like Paul was a little concerned, we may not understand what we're asking for. So
Paul,
would
would you
we
like to?
rephrase, would we change that so we're evaluating, we're not holding him to that in our evaluation if he,
I think one of the points is that we may need a consultant to do this, which means it would require an appropriation from the council, but I don't know enough detail about it, but it's certainly something we can achieve in 2026.
okay, thank you.
So you can just leave it as is, I think.
And I just want to say, it puts us in a line for grant money, so to me, it's a high priority to get this done. We could be applying for the Fort River School intersection, for example, but we're not in the queue yet.
Okay. I just want to make sure I get everybody who has their hand up. Right now, we're talking about the tier 2 complete streets. Councilor Ryan, did you have a comment on that? Anna, did you have a comment on that?
I had a separate amendment.
Okay. So we're leaving that one alone. Councilor Ryan?
I think I'm getting whiplash here. I thought we were talking about the bicycle and pedestrian network plan. And maybe it's fine as it stands. I'm open to suggestions here. I just feel that, given what Anna said, if we leave it in as it is, there might be an issue. And maybe there isn't. Maybe like the complete streets, tier 2, which also it sounds like might need an appropriation. This might also need an appropriation, but maybe we should just leave the language as it is. I'm sorry, I just need help here.
Mhm. Paul, did you want to speak to that? And Anna, you have your hand up, I think, on this one, right? Yeah.
So I defer to Anna on this first.
This is on the bicycle and pedestrian network plan. Will you need a separate appropriation on that?
So I think I do, but I haven't had detailed conversation with the new planning director on this yet.
Okay. Anna?
A point of information, that would be part of achieving that goal, would be bringing an appropriate, if needed, bringing an appropriation request to the council for approval. I don't see a need to make that specific.
Okay. Councilor Anna.
Yep, I have a proposed amendment. I propose to amend by replacing that statement with begin the process of updating the Amherst Bicycle and Pedestrian Network Plan, including seeking necessary appropriations with the goal of council adoption in 2027.
Mhm. Got it. Second. Speak to it.
Could you read that again?
I can. So, I was typing it as I was saying it, so I wanted to make sure.
Sorry, I
So
only got
you want me
the-
to? No, you're fine. Begin the progress of updating. I'm so sorry. Begin the process of updating the Amherst Bicycle and Pedestrian Network Plan, including seeking necessary appropriations with the goal of council adoption in 2027.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that's seconded.
I thought you had seconded it, Lynn.
I did.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Councilor Haneke.
So I'm concerned that we just passed budget guidelines, and they're really tight, and we passed guidelines that might reduce the capital spending from 10.5% to 10%. And now we're passing or trying, amending and proposing action items under the goals that require spending of those capital funds, because that's where these consultants come from, without even inquiring how much those consultants might cost. So I don't know what to do with this, because I understand why people believe these are important, especially if they qualify us for grant funds other places. But I think we too easily add goals that cost money without talking about whether that is the priority for spending that money versus some other thing. So, I mean, the goal's in there one way or the other at this point. I was actually thinking of proposing to eliminate this goal. I like Anna's wording in the amendment better than the original. But at the same time, I'm not sure I want this in at all because of that. But I'd like to hear from Paul what he thinks the consultants would cost for both the tier 2 and this one.
I do not have an estimate, but I mean, one of the things, the first thing you would know in May what the capital appropriation would look like. And then there's a decision point there as to whether the council appropriates funds. If the council does not appropriate funds, the goal can't be accomplished. So I think there's a checkpoint there. So it gives us a month, some time to organize ourselves and bring it to you in terms of a potential option, as an option, whether we can actually accomplish it. And then if you want to put money into it or not.
At which point we could also amend the goals.
Can I?
Yeah, Anna, yes,
So
please.
we could amend the goals, but also this, you're giving me kind of the prime use case of why we added in that item in the evaluation that said goal not complete due to external factors, right? Like this would be kind of a dismissed without judgment or without prejudice kind of thing. If the council was brought an appropriation as requested and we denied it, that would be not completed, but by no fault of Paul on the evaluation. So I think that that's kind of our escape hatch on that one.
Kathy?
Complete streets includes biking and walking as well as driving cars. So to some extent, the complete streets prioritization plan would have to have pedestrian and bicycle networks in it. So I think we could delete the bicycle. I'm not against the bicycle, and we have a draft of one that TAC did several years ago. I do worry about pushing hard on separate items that are related. What do you call it? Dilutes focus rather than the complete streets one. I think is really important because it puts us in line for grants. And it has an element of biking and walking in it. Anna?
I think an element of biking and walking is a far cry from a full bicycle and pedestrian network plan. And I think I see it a little bit differently. I don't see them as diluting or pulling from each other. I see them as being kind of symbiotic with each other, right? So I think that, hang on, I think that as we're looking at this, I hear you in terms of the number of action items, but I do believe I would support keeping this in there because we're saying start this process, tell us what it would take to do this process. And if the
I'm okay, and we've got 30 of these, so I'm not going to argue this very
Point of
much.
order,
Yeah.
Anna Devlin Gothe was talking and Kathy was not
Yes,
recognized.
thank you.
If we keep this in here, I think that it allows us to have the town manager come to us and say, look, this appropriation is too high, or this isn't doable. And also the town manager at any point could also come to us and say, this is an incredibly large, an incredibly time-consuming piece of work. I would recommend the council remove it. Like, I think that there's that latitude as well. So I see them as complementing, not pulling from each other.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to amend this to say what it now says on the screen. Is there any other question or comment? Okay, this one is not, I don't think is a friendly amendment, so we'll actually move to a vote. Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Cam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Abstain.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Counselor Walker. I'm sorry, Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Ette.
Aye.
Okay, it's 12 in favor, 1 abstention. We're going to, unless there's any other comments on climate action, we're going to move on to community health, safety, and social justice.
Yep. Okay. So the recommended, oh God, too many windows. All right. So first step was explore the possibility of adjusting the CRESS hours of operation to better address higher demand and activity times and report back to the council on recommendations. GOL did slightly adjust the wording of this goal. It initially read adjust CRESS hours of operation. And what GOL was talking through was we can't change terms of employment in a goal, and saying to change the hours right off the bat would assume that we either are hiring a whole lot of new people or we're changing the hours the people who are currently working there would work. So instead, what we talked about was basically exploring that possibility and determining what it would take in order to do that, and report back on the council on what would be needed to adjust the time and how feasible it was. One thing in my conversation with Paul that came up was this does work under the assumption that Crest is currently not working during the hours that they are needed most. And we would need to examine that to make sure that we know what those hours, those higher demand and activity times are as part of that process. This does have possible financial implications if it means needing to hire more responders. It does not necessarily mean that on the face of it. It's just that is the possibility depending on what the council decides to do.
Councillor Ryan?
So that was, I think, one of the issues I had with this first item, is that it makes an assumption which we still have yet to be proven. And also brings back the point about the assessment, which I believe we are still waiting for by some outside entity that would help us understand what the challenges are and what's the most effective way for Crest to proceed. So I'm wondering why this perhaps should be held for the moment. And let's proceed with, first of all, getting assessment, and then a discussion about how Crest should go forward. So I would like to see this taken out, because at the moment, it's just not, we don't know.
And when you say this, you mean explore the possibility of adjusting Crest hours?
Yeah, because I
Okay.
think it goes, yeah. So my motion would be to delete this item, explore the possibility of adjusting Crest hours of operation, et cetera.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
All right.
Pam Rooney,
May I
you've
speak
already
to it?
spoken to it. Do you have anything else to say?
No, I think I've said what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Pam Rooney?
I would support that primarily because it looks like it should be incorporated into conducting the assessment. I hope an assessment looks at hours of operation. I hope it looks at the possibility of adjusting hours of operation. So I'm hoping, I'm assuming that all of that first sentence that got eliminated is incorporated.
Good. Okay. Councillor Lord?
Yes, I was going to object to this being taken out, but now if there is a possibility to explicitly add it to the conduct an assessment, an assessment including exploring the hours. We have heard from many public and from our CSSGC committee that this is something of concern and how the impact can be different. So I really feel like it needs to be explicitly stated. I know Paul also takes this very seriously, but I think just having it in there to help him and confirm it that it's a priority is important to me and many other people. Thank you.
And so you're suggesting, however, under conduct an assessment that we now assume that that includes hours of operation?
Well, I was saying that if
Make it
we put it explicitly because it can get lost in the sauce.
Okay.
And now I'm confused about the amendments. So if I don't want one, but the others are okay, we're voting the whole thing as a package.
No.
We'll vote the whole thing at the end. We're just
Oh.
doing amendments by section.
Also, then I would add a friendly amendment to add, conduct an assessment including.
Go ahead.
Wait, can you, sorry.
No, you can actually have two.
No, it's not that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hala, if you don't mind, I haven't, can I go through all of them and share the thoughts first, and then can we go back with the amendments? Is that okay? Because
Sure.
we just got through one, and I encourage the amendments, but there's other thoughts that I think are relevant here, if that's okay. Jennifer's welcome to go.
There was a motion and it's been seconded.
Right.
So is that now being set aside so
No,
we can?
No, I can't do that. I'm not trying to do that.
I'm sorry?
I can't set aside your motion. That's not what I was, we got a little further ahead in this one than I would have liked to have gotten through all of the ones in this section first.
All right, why don't you finish your?
So
yeah,
we can
okay.
hold off on the motion, but Jennifer,
Yeah, I was gonna ask if we're gonna hold off on the motion because I concur with Counselor Lord. I would not vote to take this out unless I knew it was gonna be specifically added to the conducting the assessment. Because
okay,
I think this really needs to be addressed and it shouldn't just be assumed that it'll be part of it. So I guess I couldn't vote to take it out unless I knew it was going
Okay.
there. So I'm wondering if that can all
so
be.
for the moment, we're just going to hold on this one. We're going to let Counselor Anna, we're going to let Anna finish the discussion of all of them. However, Counselor Haneke, you have your hand.
Yeah, may I make a suggestion? The motion is on the floor, so we're only supposed to talk about that. But I'm going to request, as this motion is on the floor, that Anna speak to the conducting an assessment action item in case we'd like to amend the motion on the floor to be delete something and add to that one.
Yeah.
So I'd like to hear what the thoughts on the assessment one were before we deal, so that we can deal with the motion that's on the
Okay.
floor.
Anna?
That is the one that relates most closely, and then there's another one that tangentially relates in. So the conduct an assessment of the community responders for equity, safety, and service CREST program and report back to the council by June 30th, 2026. One key element of this, June 30th is very, very close, and an assessment like of this nature is an in-depth endeavor. And simply put, June 30th does not give the town manager enough time to complete this. And so one of the thoughts was to remove the date. One of the thoughts was to push it later, but June 30th is very close, especially if we are now changing the terms of that assessment. The other piece that ties into this is working with dispatch and the Amherst, and we can speak to these ones more in depth, but this does tie in, work with dispatch and Amherst Police Department to define and implement specific categories of nonviolent calls that can be referred to CREST. On the face of it, we didn't, that goal, that action item is clear cut. But if you're thinking about adjusting the hours of CREST to better address high demand and activity times, that is dependent on what calls are going to CREST because those types of calls come in at different times. So these are all interconnected with that one element. It's possible that you do kind of solve that a little bit part of that challenge by adding, by George, if you did add to your motion to also amend the assessment piece to include the hours, that does address part of it, but generally speaking, this is a complex action item. And I just want us to note that. And I don't think that June 30th is appropriate for this complex of a task. And I'll speak to the other ones after we're done with this motion.
Counselor Haneke?
I I respectfully disagree with the June 30th, 2026 deadline because we just finished an assessment of the town manager that had this exact same goal in it for an entire year. And so in theory, it should have been done now. So giving the manager an extra 6 months, I think is generous. Because we've been working on trying to get updates on where this assessment is. So I want a June 30th deadline because I don't want to wait another year to find out that it's still not done when the program has been operating for more than 3 years at this point without any assessment going on. I would support a friendly amendment to put the phrase, given I was the seconder, including hours after the word program in the conduct and assessment action item so that it would read conduct an assessment of CRESS program, including hours, and report back to the council by June 30, 2026.
Do you mean hours of operation?
Hours of operation,
Thank you.
yes, including hours of operation. To speak to the other one that might relate to this amendment of deleting the hours of operation one, I don't understand what's the difference between the dispatch one and the motion we passed about 2 weeks ago that said get them dispatching to Cress by December 31st, and the manager said he thought he could do it. So if you're dispatching to there, you need to know which nonviolent calls can be referred to Cress to dispatch. So I know I'm getting a little off topic with the deletion, but so I wouldn't at this point support moving anything from there into one of the other ones as part of the amendment to delete the first hours of operation and add some motion into the operation, but that will be a question after we deal with the motion to
Okay.
amend.
There was a motion to eliminate explore the possibility, and it was seconded. Do those people that made the motion and the second accept the friendly amendment to the other line? George?
I do.
Okay. And
I was the seconder and I
so you-
proposed it, so.
okay, fine. So we've taken care of that piece. Jennifer?
I just want to say I agree with Counselor Haneke that I have been under the impression that the dispatch protocols are long underway. So I would like to see a report back by June 30th. We've been getting updates for the last 3 years that it's in process. So I agree with Counselor Haneke that it's really extending an extra 6 months, not rushing the deadline.
Counselor Ryan?
I'm sorry, as it's written, it has June 30, 2026, correct?
Correct.
And no one's made any amendment to change that?
That's correct.
Because
I'm
we
not
haven't
making
really
an
been
amendment.
discussing that.
I'm not making any amendment to change it.
But it was stated it was unrealistic.
Well,
Sorry, can I clarify?
Please.
I was sharing the notes that I had about that action item. We can continue to discuss that specific action item after this as well.
Okay. Council, Paul?
I was going to talk about the June 30th deadline, but if that's not where we are. I can-
No, actually, it is. It's part of the total of.
So
There might be a
amendment.
separate amendment, though.
So my only comment on that, so we will have Crest on dispatch for some calls starting January 1. So if you do an assessment, we won't have very much time of them being actually on dispatch when we do the assessment. So we'll be looking at the old model Crest versus, and if that's the goal of the council, I just want to be clear that you're going to see it without the dispatch data that we will have collected.
Okay. Counselor Ryan? Anna?
So if we're talking about the June 30th deadline now, I would rather see it as provide an update on the assessment because I'm curious what level of assessment the council is asking for. Are we asking for an external review? Are we asking for just an internal assessment? And to clarify what I meant by the I don't know what I wrote to clarify, but I'm actually not clear on what I'm clarifying at this point. The timing of this impacts the success of the assessment, right? So we could say June 30th, that's fine, but we may not get an effective assessment because things are so in flux for Crest right now. So if we're keeping June 30th, we need to understand that that will not include some changes. It won't include a program that's been existing in the iteration that we are expecting with those dispatch calls being routed to them, et cetera, for more than a couple months. So I don't know, I'm struggling with that June 30th date and questioning what we're expecting. And I think if we clarify the expectation of what type of assessment or what type of summary we're looking for, that would help me to feel like to understand whether or not that June 30th makes sense. And I understand that this has been in the town manager goals, but we've also changed how Crest has functioned. I mean, we're looking at this right now, right? How do you assess something that's in flux? So I'd rather have the June 30th be an update on an assessment, but I understand that folks feel differently.
Counselor Haneke?
I would like June 30th to be the assessment and be an assessment and report an assessment. That report and that assessment can be on what the assessment of the last 3 years, because there will be a question about what they've been doing and how that's been working. And we can get an update on the dispatch part of the assessment, but I think we absolutely need an assessment on how they've been operating for the last 3+ years, not hold it off another 6, 8, 10 months to see how dispatch is going. I think given they might be two totally different things, we need assessments on both.
Counselor Ryan?
I've always understood this to be an external assessment. Is that the understanding of others? I'm not interested in an internal assessment. I'm interested in an external assessment by an objective third party.
Is there any comment on that, Paul?
I agree with that.
I'm sorry?
I agree with that.
Yes, thank you.
Do we need to have it as a wording, or is it, are people comfortable with? Right now, it simply says conduct an assessment. The question was raised earlier by, I believe by Anna, but by someone, whether that was internal or external. And she asked, I believe it was she asked for clarification. So I'm offering my clarification that it is an external.
So would you like
assessment.
to insert the word after an external?
That's what I would suggest, yes.
Okay. And you made the amendment.
I'm okay with that.
And you're okay. So that's a friendly amendment. So right there, you're going to put in external assessment. Okay. There is a complex motion in front of us. It includes eliminating the top goal under community health and safety and social justice and amending the conduct an external assessment to include external and including hours of operation. Are there any questions or comments on that? Then let's move that vote. And we start with Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Yes.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Did you say no? Thank you. Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis is now absent. Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
and Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It passes 12 in favor, 1 absent. Anna, are there any others here that you would like to speak to?
Yes. The last one that garnered comment was the complete the review of public safety protocols consistent with the council's November 14th, 2022 votes. And this feels like there's a lack of clarity. What Paul and I were discussing is who is reviewing these? Is it Paul? APD does an internal review of their policies every year. And so I think the question here was, what does meeting this action item look like? What is completion of this? Who is doing that review? And yeah, what does completion look like? And I posed that question to the council.
Counselor Ryan, did you hear it?
Well, my instinct would be to remove it, since I don't think we have an answer to that question, but maybe somebody has an answer to that question. Who's going to do the review? The police department already does an internal review, and I assume that's available to the public. Are we asking the town manager to do a review?
So your motion is to remove that?
I would make that motion.
Fine. I make the motion and I'll seek a second.
Okay.
Dies for lack of a second. Kathy Shane.
When this, way back when a report came to us, LEAP had identified several protocols that you could go directly in. And my understanding is the DEI director was supposed to go and they had a list of them and it just never happened. So you're asking for more specificity. There was some, I'm fine with removing this, but there was a specific set and it was wording and what to do in particular, and they flagged several in a report to us. And I don't think that review was ever done. I mean, there was a whole report section on very specifics. So there was sort of a guide on where to look. I'm not, my memory is not going to be able to give me you
I found it.
specifics. I don't mind removing this, but we had said the DEI director was going to be doing this.
Okay.
You know, so it wasn't an outside, it was with the guidance of what kinds of things you were looking for.
Thank you. Counselor Haneke.
Yeah, if my memory serves me correctly, this was a goal for this year. And so I'm confused by Anna's report that it's done every year. And so we don't need it anymore when I think the manager, and I'm still working on pulling up his own self-evaluation, reported that it wasn't done. So I could be wrong on that report. So, because I haven't, it's been a while. But, you know, and as with Kathy said, they are specific, the 22 votes. So I'm also confused. if the police department does a review of protocols every year, and this was voted in November of 2022, why weren't those specific ones that were voted in November of 22 actually reviewed between November of 22 and December of 23? And why is the manager still reporting them undone then? Such that we're still
can I
potentially
clar-
putting them
I
in these
can-
goals.
I'm going to ask the town manager to speak.
Yeah, so what the police department does is they review all of their policies every year, and they went through accreditation where all the policies were reviewed and approved through the accreditation process. These are police policies, not town manager policies, not town council policies, they're police policies. So in their minds, they've accomplished that. And I think that's why I reported my self-evaluation. I don't think I have it with me, but.
Anna, you had your hand
Okay,
up.
I've answered my own question. So I went back to the vote that is referenced here. And the motion at that point was the town council requests that the town manager, working with the DEI department and other staff, and then it lists a number of things like Kathy referenced. And this one says, organize a review of public safety protocols for responding to and handling public safety calls involving all residents, including minors, in order to recommend changes to these protocols if appropriate. I think that where this has gotten confusing is we've had it in here for a while and we reference that vote, but we don't include those words. So I think that if this council is going back to that vote and saying that it's the town manager working with the DEI department and other staff, that we need to clarify that in the language of the goal. And I'm happy to propose an amendment if that would be helpful. But I opened up a can of worms a little bit, but maybe it's helpful. Our initial language did say town manager working with the DEI department and other staff.
George, Councilor Ryan, do you have your hand up?
Well, we're going to need something. I think this, as it's written, is simply not going to work. So perhaps we need to hear Anna's proposed
Anna,
amendment.
do you want to propose your amendment?
Sure. Okay. I move to amend the action item with the following language. Consistent with the council's November 14th, 2022 vote, work with the DEI department and other staff to organize a review of public safety protocols for responding to and handling public safety calls involving all residents, including minors, in order to recommend changes to these protocols if appropriate. I think I can send you the link to the language.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Thanks.
Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Okay. Let's go and please put the wording up again.
I am sending it to her, sorry. It's going to take, everybody count to 10 and breathe. Please. Maybe 15.
While you're doing that, I just want to do a time check. We're already past 10 o'clock. We do have to do an executive session tonight, and we still have half these goals to go. Do we want to stay with this or not?
Yes.
Kathy?
Is there any way, I saw I know the next council meeting is the last one. Could we do the second half next time? Because I think it would feel more productive to me. I'm at a point where it's feeling like we're only halfway through and not quite halfway through.
That's why I did the time check.
So
Um,
a point of information on that?
yes.
There's always a possibility to move to postpone to the next to a date certain. If you're doing so, it might be best to only have the main motion on the floor instead of a motion to amend on the floor before you move to postpone.
I'm not going to move.
So an information to Kathy's question is you can always move to postpone an item, even when there's a motion on the floor, but it might be best if you want to do that, to not do it while a motion to amend is on the floor, so that what we come back to is the main motion.
So at this point, let's just stick with this motion. It's been made and seconded. It's now been placed up here on top. Is there any questions or comments? Councilor Ryan?
So the recommended changes to these protocols made by DEI and staff would go where? They would go to the town manager, they would go to the police department, they would go to the council. We've already been told that the police do a yearly review of protocols. Now we're going to have a potential series of proposed changes. And I guess just asking, to whom do those changes go? Do they go to the manager? Do they go to the council? And by what authority can we change protocols that are created by our public safety personnel?
Paul, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, so what this calls for is a review. It doesn't call for a change. It depends who owns the policies. So certain policies are owned by the town manager, some are owned, the council has its policies. The police chief and fire chief have their own policies as well. And it depends who owns the policy and it depends how they get changed.
So it has to go back to the organization or the part of the organization for whom it is a policy.
Well, the word is used as protocols. Maybe I'm quibbling and it's late, but I think there is a difference between a policy and a protocol. Protocols tend to be fairly specific and action-driven. Policies are broader. I think we're talking about specific actions or procedures, if I'm not mistaken. But whatever we call it in the end, the manager is saying that it depends on whatever procedure or protocol or policy we're talking about, how that may or may proceed. But I would just point out that I think we're talking about protocols here. At least that's the language we have in front.
That is the language that is up there.
And that is my understanding is fairly specific and action oriented. This is what you do in this situation. This is what you do in that situation, as opposed to a policy.
Paul?
I think it's the same thing, actually.
Quibbling? Okay.
Our policies are very detailed. They say if you stop your car, you must put your flashers on. It's that level of detail. And that's called a policy. And there are also policies that CRES has that would be reviewed.
So should the word be policies versus protocols?
I think you're trying to align it with the vote, the original
Yeah.
vote, so.
That was the language from the original vote.
Okay. All right. The motion's been made and seconded. George, any other comments? Pam Rooney?
Yeah, I had one question, and that is, as it's written here, would we know if DEI has suggested a modification to protocols or policies? And would we know that they in fact were enacted?
I assume we could have that in the town manager's report, like everything else that he reports on. Are you looking for a special report?
I think the intent of the 2022 request was that there was concern that perhaps there were protocols that were not supportive of people who felt unsafe in the community with police presence. DEI was tasked to help review those protocols to make sure that, in fact, people would feel safe and supported with the particular protocols in place. So my question is, how do we ever know if DEI has an impact on the correction or the tweaking of a protocol to make something meet that goal? So
I don't have a magic answer for that.
Councilor Ryan said, who gets the report or who gets the information? Is it the town manager? Is it the police chief? Is it the council? I'm essentially asking, I guess, the same thing.
Okay, who gets the report versus who changes their policies are two different questions. If you want the report to be in the town manager's report, an update on a regular basis, that can happen. if it, in terms of who then changes the policies, that we clarified that policies belong to various departments and they have to change them. If you want to report on that, you can also ask for a report on that. I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
So it's essentially up to us as a council to ask for that kind of report if we want it.
Yes, do you want anything in this motion to ask for?
And we're doing, we're doing that by putting this as one of the action items for,
If it's a goal or an action item, then we're going to get reports anyway. Councillor Haneke.
So we had this goal, as this would be amended, nearly identical in the current fiscal year. Seven counselors thought it was partially met. The manager in his own self-evaluation stated, quote, "The department reviewed responses to and handling of public safety calls involving all residents, including minors. Current actions to address this goal include the following," and I'm not going to read all of that because it was over a half a page of writing. An annual review of the police department's rules and regs is conducted to ensure that they are considered best practice and aligned with town personnel procedures manual. And then he goes on about racial profiling, use of force, and pretextual stop reviews, and says that the department is expected to provide a specific review of those three identified policies by the end of the calendar year. So I'm looking at this and saying it's worded exactly the same. When you read the self-evaluation, I would say he believes he's completed it. The council believed he partially completed it by majority of councilors. Yet it's the same wording. What didn't he actually complete of it? And I guess I'm considering, at what point do we say he's done and stop putting it on here? If they reviewed every year and he believes it's done, at this point, I'm ready to remove, remake the motion to delete that George didn't get a second to because I didn't have time to necessarily second it because I was still thinking about it. Because I don't see with this wording how the council will ever say we're done with it, because we're struggling with, well, what happens if they review them and don't change them? Are we done with the goal or not? If they do review it and change it, are we done with the goal, or did we not like what they changed? It just says organize a review. He's stated he organizes one every year. We haven't gotten necessarily the information maybe that we're looking for about what was the result of that review. But he did provide some in his self-evaluation. And at this point, maybe we need a different goal that's completely different than this if we're still worried about public safety policies, than continually referring to a November 2022 vote that the manager in his self-evaluation believes has been met, and we believe as a council has been partially met.
So I'm going to go back to Anna. You made this motion. Do you want to withdraw the motion?
No, because I believe that when the town manager spoke to this in his self-evaluation, when he said the department, I believe he was referring to APD. And so I don't think that this goal has been met due to a lack of clarity in the goals. So I am not interested in withdrawing this motion.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. The motion on the floor is to have this as stated on the screen. Councillor Ryan.
So I'm wondering if, for those who feel that somehow this has not been met or not been met adequately, at this point, the means of addressing that are much better done in other ways than trying to fine tune and wordsmith a goal in a goals document. That if you feel that some things are not working the way they should, then specific items and specific requests and focused would work, as opposed to this, which is, as Councilor Haneke just said, is pretty much word for word what has been said before as a goal, which has been partially met, and the manager thinks he has met or met fairly well. So at this point, I really do ask my colleagues who support this what they think is going to be any different this time, and that if they really feel that there are issues that are outstanding that haven't been dealt with, maybe they should focus on those issues and find a better way to address them than putting them into a goals document where we're probably going to get the same result again.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Pam Rooney.
I would like to keep this as amended. And I think I'm going to treat it as, I'd like to see this done every year. I like this process of review, and if in fact DEI is involved, that's great. And I think they should continue to review public safety protocols. So I'm happy to keep it here and have it right here.
Kathy.
Since I was the one who wanted to see whether we could move to next week, because I'm tired, but I'll make it an attempt to be articulate. I think what we don't have is a report of what changed that was along the lines of what the LEAP report identified as concerns. So what we really want is a report whether those things were changed. There was a list of very specific things that when I looked at them, I said, yeah, that would be worth thinking about changing. So I'm okay with this language too, but I think what we're saying is we don't know whether specific things were changed. So we're looking for more specificity when the town manager reports to us rather than we review them every year. So this language may be fine. I'm just saying that it's the rear end of it, that if I went back 4 years ago and said, have these been changed? Those would be the things I'd want to see.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
I think Kathy said most of what I was going to say, but I just also quickly wanted to reference the LEAP report and give a very quick example. For example, when referencing our use of force policy, it has very clearly listed issue. The current APD use of force policy is not easy to understand, clear in its guidance to officers, or reflective of the police and community goals. It leaves the town open to liability and negative outcomes if officers use force. And then it states, we recommend the APD adopt an entirely new use of force policy. An example from another agency is provided, and regularly review the policy to ensure that it is applying modern and thoughtful policing best practices. And then the question would be, have we ever looked at our use of force policy? Did we look at the recommendation that was provided from another agency? Have any of these things been updated? So like, we still don't know the answer, and this is listed for multiple different policies that we have with recommendations and what the recommendation is looking to address within our current policy. And so I think if anyone needs clarity, I'm okay with keeping this language, but we can reference the LEAP report because I think that's sort of the missing
Do you have
reference.
a place where you would like to insert the LEAP report?
Maybe while I look, you can take George's question because I think it was in specific response to his concern.
Councillor Ryan?
So I like this idea, and I think referencing it makes sense because it provides the specificity that I'm suggesting we're struggling to get. So what if it began in light of the league report, and I don't know if we have a specific date for that, and consistent with?
Okay.
So you could begin that way. You could
Would
say
you-
in light of, yeah.
Will you take that as a friendly amendment?
Sure. It's getting a little long, but yep.
Think
Okay.
about it.
So let's try to get it in here, and then we're going to finish up on this, and then we're going to come back to goals next week. Please, yes. But
No, I'm
I
sorry.
want
I
to finish
after this discussion.
Let's try to make the amendment into here, George.
So the proposed amendment would be in light of the league report, but that needs more specification. Someone who knows that title would thank anyone. What is the title of the report?
It's capital L-E, capital E, capital A, capital P.
The League of Women Voters.
No, that's not. It's a,
Thank you.
it's a whole different thing.
LEAP.
LEAP, thank you very much. In light of the LEAP report.
And
And
if
it
you
has a
would,
specific date?
right, if you would just put a parentheses after the word report, and we'll just put a TBD.
Fill in the
We'll
date.
do the date.
Okay.
Okay? Hmm?
Sorry, if there's only been one LEAP report, can we just say LEAP report?
Yep. All right. Is that a friendly amendment and accepted, Anna?
Yep.
And the
Yes.
seconder?
Was Pam Rooney.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions or comments on this motion to amend? Counselor Ryan? Okay, we're going to move to a vote. I believe we're at Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub. She's maybe absent at this point.
She's still
Counselor
connected.
Walker.
Would you come back?
Huh? Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Absent.
absent. Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
I got it.
Jennifer-
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. I'm going to go back to Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous with 12 in favor and 1 absent. With the council's permission, I'm going to call on Anna and then we'll come back. Yeah.
I just wanted to note, there's only one remaining action item that I had comments on, just for what it's worth, in the rest of the full document. All of the other ones, Paul did not have concerns about, so I understand that it's late and folks would like to continue on, but if we could get it done tonight, I would love to. Just there's only one left that has concerns, unless people had concerns of their own.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Let's look at the next set.
There were no comments in the next set. There were 4 proposed by GOL and 4 accepted by GOL. In the next set, infrastructure management, the yellow one, we've got appoint DPW building committee and present a schematic design, present a multi-year plan for the council for how to address the significant backlog of road and sidewalk repairs. I'm skipping the one that has concerns. Work with the TPC will remove the words if approved. DPW schools and police chief to develop an interim plan for managing traffic, bring to the council a plan for how to develop the South Amherst School, create a charge for and appoint the fire station building committee, assess the current condition of the wastewater treatment plant and associated infrastructure. Those
Okay.
all were okay.
And so under the very last one, under infrastructure management, maintenance and land stewardship, please remove in parentheses the word if approved.
Yep. So then the one
We
that
also get rid of the space.
And yes, thank
Yes,
you.
that.
And then the space where it says schools open, school opens, there's another parentheses and there's a space.
Yep.
Thank you.
So the remaining action item was develop a plan for maintenance/repair of all town-owned buildings, along with an estimate of associated costs each year in the future. GOL discussed this, and this came up with Paul. This is a massive, massive undertaking. We're talking about a plan for maintenance and repair of all town-owned buildings. That is that's a huge job. And one of the things that GOL discussed was, how is this different from JCPC's 5-year plan? And is this a good use of staff time? How does the council, and Paul and I talked about how is the council planning to use this? What Paul suggested is maybe it would be better to give a status report on municipal assets with their current condition. And so that would be my motion to amend, and I'm happy to make that as a counselor. But essentially, just to note that this action item, as stated, is a large request and already overlaps with what we do get, which is the JCPC 5-year plan. So if we changed it to creating a status report, we can look at those.
Please state your thing as an amendment. Seek a second.
All right, I move to amend this action item by replacing it with the present.
The develop a plan. It's the one above, way above. There we go.
Yep, so it would instead read, present to the council a status report of all town-owned buildings, including current condition, by October 1st, 2026.
Second. And we're going to delete the other part. Okay, any questions or comments? Councillor Haneke?
Not on this.
Okay, Kathy Shane?
I don't, I assume people are aware of it, but in the JCP report, there is at the end of the report, an assessment of the condition of every building rated already. So are we talking about something more? As I said, I agree with you, Anna. I would have just deleted the whole thing. I think it's way too big a thing, but it seems to me that we already get that information. So I'm
That's
questioning.
very useful information.
It
So-
really is right at the end. It's good, excellent, really bad,
Okay,
needs to be torn down.
so Anna, we're just going to move to delete.
I'm comfortable with changing my amendment to deleting this.
Okay, so get rid of the change. We're going to move to delete, and as the person seconded, I agree. Any questions or comments? Councillor Haneke, no. Yeah, Kathy Shane, nothing more. Is there any other, so let's do a vote on this one. This is to delete the maintenance and repair. Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Councillor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Councillor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Councillor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Councillor Haneke.
Aye.
It's unanimous with one absent. Councillor Haneke?
A couple of just comments. Can we make sure we see the first infrastructure management one? The South Amherst School, I was hoping we could add the word South Amherst School site, because the way it's worded now, it's developing the school, but you're really trying to develop the site, not the school.
I think we should take that as a friendly
So I'm
amendment.
hoping that's a friendly amendment. And then on the, can we move on to town council? You're done with your comments on it, right? So under the town council, community and strategic relationships, the fourth bullet, the fourth action item,
Yes.
I wanted more explanation of what the goal or what the intent, plan, hope is for the one that says shift the burden of emergency response from the town to these institutions. Is that, fee structure, like, are we intending to say, oh, hey, we're not going to respond to fires on UMass and Amherst campus? Like, what is the intent of what burden are we shifting, and how are we shifting, or what are we trying to do? Reimburse, exploration of fee structure to reimburse the town for expenses associated with students to cover expansion of fire EMS department, students that are on campus, students that are off campus. Fire departments, you can't actually charge for responding to fire in Massachusetts. It's against the law, I believe. So, I don't know how we'd structure any of that. I just need more explanation, and I'd like to hear in some sense from Paul too about what his thoughts on this one are as to how he'd go about meeting this.
Paul?
So two things on that. One, what I read this as being is that looking at the emergency medical services responses, are there things that the university could be doing to lessen those requests? And there's a lot of different, and this will be part of our overall discussion about staffing for AFD as we go through this. This is one of those, there's a lot of different strategies. It's not just finding more money, it's also reducing the time that we spend on things. So in terms, that's how we really look at that. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. And then if there are things that the colleges and university can do in addition to what they're already doing, which would be part of the goal of looking into the strategic partnership agreement. So the university is going to be buying us a new ambulance. They've already committed to doing that. So that's how I look at it, is what else can they be doing? I'm not looking at I think those are things that I had envisioned.
Counselor Haneke?
Does your envisioning include exploring a fee structure to reimburse? I guess that's the EMS side of it that you talked about. Okay, not the fire side necessarily. Okay.
Okay, Bob Hagner?
Yeah, I have a comment on a different item, so.
Okay, let's stay on this one. Andy Steinberg, anything on this one?
Yeah, this might be a friendly amendment, but given what the town managers just said, why don't we amend it so it says emergency medical responses?
Okay. It's a friendly amendment after.
I would prefer to keep fire
Okay.
as well.
All right. Andy, we prefer to keep it as it is, emergency, both fire and medical. Okay.
Fine.
Thank George, Counselor Ryan.
I still have a problem with to shift the burden. I don't really know what that means. It sounds like it means we want you to carry the heavy load here. Perhaps it should simply say to help share the burden or to find ways to share the burden. I don't know what to shift the burden from the town to these institutions means. I think I understand what it means in a sort of, general sense, but maybe nobody's bothered by that, but I find that phrase problematic.
So do you have a amendment?
The language would be the effect of to help share the burden. Or I don't know.
Work
but
with UMass and the colleges to create more collaboration.
Counselor Ryan, are you suggesting lessening the burden?
I don't even like the word burden.
Yeah. I would simply say to share the
To
cost,
share.
to share the burden of, I mean, it's not just cost, Paul mentioned, staffing as well, but that becomes cost as well. So I don't want to quibble it's late, but the language I think is somewhat problematic, at least I see it as. So to share the burden is what I would suggest.
To share the burden of
Fine.
emergency.
Or to better
response,
share, and
including-
more equitably share.
Excuse
I
me.
don't know, any thoughts? We're wordsmithing, I know, but
Share is nice and I think covers everything that you're trying to do.
Do we accept this as a friendly amendment?
I do.
Thank you. I'm going to go back, so we're done with that one. Andy, Bob Hagner.
Sorry, point of order. Counselor Ryan, I deleted this, or would you prefer response with from the, are you okay with this deletion, or do you want to reword this part?
yes, I agree with that.
Thanks.
As a seconder to the main motion, I'm okay with that as a friendly amendment.
All right. Bob Hagner.
Yeah, I want to go back to infrastructure, the one on the wastewater treatment plant, and ask Paul whether you can do this, complete this in this year. I don't think you can. I think it's maybe provide an update.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be finished in 2026, but we do have the funds to do it, so we'll have a pretty good start on it. Mhm.
So did you want to amend that?
Maybe just say provide an update of
Or-
instead of assess.
Begin assessing?
Assess, but I mean, it's not gonna be done. So that's why I'm
Can I clarify, Bob, are you saying that the assessment will not be done?
I'm saying, yeah, the assessment will not be done by June 30th.
Could
Paul?
they begin assessment? Yeah.
Begin assessment of. And do we accept this as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other amendments?
Well, it says to present a plan, and that's not going to happen either.
I changed the wording,
Oh,
Counselor,
thank you.
to begin assessment of the current condition of the wastewater treatment plant and associated infrastructure, including pumping stations and sewer lines, and present an update that will address these issues. Is that acceptable, Counselor Ryan? Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Bob? You have your hand up, Bob Hagner. You have your hand up.
Voting?
Not yet. Just,
No, I'm-
you have your hand up. Thank you. All right, the original motion is to
Counselor
adopt,
Rooney has her hand up.
I'm sorry,
Counselor Rooney.
I'm
has-
sorry, Pam Rooney.
Myself. So the item here, which is create a charge for and appoint fire station building committee. What if the DPW building committee does in fact come up with the suggestion that there could be a co-located facility? Do we need to adjust the item that says appoint the DPW building committee, present a schematic design to the council by October 1st? Do we want to include the possibility of fire station as well?
No,
If that comes to be, the council could vote to amend the goals at that time.
thank you, Anna.
The council could vote to amend these goals if that comes to be.
I agree. Any other questions or comments? We're going back to the original motion. The original motion is to adopt the 2026 town manager goals as amended. There, a second? Yes.
Yeah, that was the second.
Okay, and so we're going to begin the vote with Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis is absent, Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Counselor Hannigan.
Aye.
It's unanimous with one absent. There's there's one other action item, and it's the calendar, and if you want, I can wait till next week.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, to adopt the 2026-2027 Town Council meeting schedule as presented and in your packet is one that included the yellow for a couple dates that needed to get changed or words.
Second.
Pam Rooney, your question. Then take your hand down. Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to move to a vote. Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Abstain.
Okay. Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis is absent. Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette.
Abstain.
I think it's because they won't be here. Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
and Bob Hagner.
Abstain.
All right, so we have, I guess that must be 11 people, no, 9 people, thank you. 9 people in favor, 3 abstentions and 1 absent. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to move to enter into executive session pursuant.
Point of order.
Yeah.
If we're not coming out of it, this is our last chance to put on the agendas carryover items we want to
Thank
vote on
you.
not carrying over.
Very
So I would
good.
ask that we do that before we move into executive session.
That's a very good point. Are there any committee reports or liaison reports that people feel they need to make? I'm seeing none. No minutes, anything, Paul, town manager? No? Counselor comments, let me just, you have a carryover, you had 4 carryover reports. I tried to summarize it. If you'll put the memo up on, they can see all of the items. And the only item that I know has been requested is that we not fill the charter committee appointment. These are, all you're doing now is requesting items. Counselor Haneke.
I would request one thing for a vote to not carry over, which is the GOL legislative process guide. And I would request that I believe 2 of the 4 carryover memos included the actual dates of the minutes that have not been passed. I would request that the other 2 carryover memos put the actual dates in so that the committees have a record of which dates they're looking for minutes of,
Thank you.
instead of just undone minutes.
I totally agree. Any other questions about that? All right, so I have 2 carryover items for next meeting's agenda, which brings me to the discussion of the 15th. Are there any other carryover items that people want? On the 15th, you'll see what's in front of you. We might go ahead and put that back up again. And Paley Village may actually not happen. But the rest, and obviously, we've done financial guidelines, we've done town manager goals. I have to have a press release, we do the carryover reports. Anything else? And then we've also attempted to put together at least the beginnings of the agenda for January 5th.
So
I'm sorry, Counselor Haneke.
I'm wondering if Heatherstone Roundabout is coming back for this session or next session?
It's going to
I
be
know-
next session.
Okay. I just didn't know because you guys did hold the D2 meeting.
And I didn't, do you think we need to, we should probably include it in a carryover memo, but I've got it on the list, okay?
It should be in someone's carryover memo then, or
Probably
on
be
some future agenda item list.
Yeah.
It's down here at the bottom.
Yeah, I have it in there, but it's not on anybody's.
It's not on any carryover list
Because it's.
because it's not in committee.
It's in it's in the council's court right now.
Yeah.
It's just in the council.
So it would be up to whoever the president is in 26 to.
I'll write a carryover memo. How's that?
No,
Yeah.
or just some sort of,
Yeah.
at the end of the January 5th
Yeah.
one, something. I have a lot of comments on the January 5th one. I am happy to leave them to next week, given the lateness of it, because I don't think it's important to do them tonight, but I
that's
do have a
fine.
lot of comments on
Great.
that.
That's fine. And any other comments, please? Okay, are there any other questions or comments about future agenda items, carryover items, anything like that? No? Okay. We're going to go into executive session. I'm going to make a motion and we are not going to return to public. We will vote on the 15th on any decisions we make in executive session. So I'm going to, Counselor Haneke, you have your hand up. Counselor Lord?
Is there a separate link to enter into?
Yes, you will be getting that momentarily, okay? But don't leave until we vote to go into executive session. To enter into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Paragraph 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, Town Manager Paul Bachman, Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Paragraph 21A2, to conduct contract negotiations with non-union personnel, Town Manager Paul Bachman, and Mass General Law, C 30A, Paragraph 21A7, to approve executive session minutes of February 10th, 2025, December 2nd, 2024. The council will not return. Is there a second?
Second,
Thank you. So you are now.
we need to vote.
Oh, yeah, we do need to vote. Okay, Counselor Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan. Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Patty Angelis is absent. Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Ete.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
We're going to get another link and we'll all be coming back on. Don't go away.